My name is Keith, and from the time I was about 4 years old, I was interested in being a part of the entertainment business. And I've done many things throughout that time, from singing in bands, writing music, hosting television shows, everything involved in the professional wrestling business. And I've written comic books, done a lot of things, and almost all of those things failed in some way or another. But I still kept going, and I still wanted to continue to create. And there's just something in me that drives me to create. And I started thinking, what is it that drives anyone to create? And that's going to be the point of this podcast. We're going to talk to people from all aspects of the entertainment industry. We're going to find out what made them interested in creating art, and why, when faced with success, when faced with failure, the ups and downs of life and life in the entertainment business, they continue to create. So, and hopefully we'll have some good and interesting conversations along the way that you'll be interested in hearing. So tune in to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. All right, so everybody, welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith Miller, and we are here with Preston Medlock and Scott Foster Harris of Kickstand Jenny. And if you haven't heard Kickstand Jenny, you should. It's a fantastic album. I can't say enough good things about it. Let's just get started right now. I guess I'll direct this to whichever one of you guys want to. You can take turns answering the first question, because I've never really interviewed two people before, so we're going to have to navigate this together. So what exactly got...
Preston's better at speaking.
Okay, cool.
Preston's better at speaking, and he's overwhelmingly more charming than I am, so maybe he should probably kick it off.
Yeah, that works for me, man.
I don't know about that.
That works for me. All right, so Preston, what got you interested in creating music?
In creating, well, when I was kid, I first started playing guitar at a young age. My father was in a gospel quartet with his brothers. They were called the Morlock Brothers. So we got to kind of go on the road with them and see how they operated. And I had two brothers. We were interested in the music, just not in the gospel quartet music.
Sure.
We kind of learned from them. We kind of saw how they operated. They made a good business out of it, and had their own songs. They were on the radio. They were doing their own thing. So that's kind of what got me in the business side of it.
Awesome. Okay.
On that idea, yeah.
And as far as playing guitar, like I saw that you mentioned Prince and Eddie Van Halen as influences. Is that correct? Like,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're pretty good influences to have.
Yeah, those are pretty good influences.
Yeah.
Always it's kind of like if you go to the gym, you don't want to work out with the weaklings, right?
Right, absolutely.
Work out with the strong guys, so you'll get. So I'll never be as good as the guys, but I can always look up to them. That'll
absolutely
help me.
I think Prince is
better.
Super underrated. I think people, it took people a while to really figure out what a great guitar player he was. Like, it was like, oh, he's a great singer. He writes these great compositions. Like, his songs are like big things, but like his guitar playing, I think got neglected in all of it for a while. But Prince is awesome, man. Like,
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Very talented, multi-instrumentalist. He can play virtually any instrument. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Very talented guy.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. So Scott, how about you? What got you interested in singing and creating music?
Girls.
Yeah, fair, dude. You are a good-looking man.
Where it all started.
I could see it. Right on, man.
Ironically, he doesn't need music.
Started there.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah. Right on, man.
Well, I didn't start taking advantage of my curlies until I got in my early 20s, and I grew my hair out long, and I realized, hey, I have long hair.
Nice.
I can use that for something.
Yeah, you might as well.
That's what started it, and then after I ran that route, and that loses its interest real quick. After I did that, I realized, man, I really like music a lot.
Heck yeah.
Like, that's the only thing that I really, 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 really like. That's not true. That's the only thing I really, 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 really like that I want to commit my life to.
Nice.
How about that?
Right on.
Yeah, man. That's how it all got going.
Very cool. So then, again, either one of you guys can take this. Once you decided this was what you wanted to do and you kind of had your direction, where'd you go from there?
Nashville.
Right on. From Texas, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
From the Dallas area. Born in Houston, but I grew up in Dallas.
Okay. And you headed out to Dallas and wrote songs, right? Is that
out to Nashville? Sure
out
did.
to Nashville?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I went out there because that's, growing up here, I was really, country just actually, you know what? Country was what I was mostly exposed to in my youth.
Sure.
And it was, at least at the time, I thought it was probably the easiest thing to get going. So that's why I chose Nashville. Plus, I like Nashville. It's a cool city.
Yeah, for sure.
And started writing songs.
Awesome.
And I lucked into some cool situations. That's all it was.
Right.
And really got to enjoy life out there for a while doing that.
Nice. Very cool. All right, Preston, how about you?
Yeah, so back to the brothers, we would write songs. I mean, we would release albums. This is back in the day when you were recording on 4 tracks and stuff like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But we weren't smart enough to go to Nashville. So we would just do original stuff and try to get as many gigs as we could. And we were young kids. And then, so I moved to Florida many years ago, and I wanted to start a cover band.
Okay.
Because I tried so hard with this original band and just kept swinging and missing. And I was in the cover band it was a party band for a couple of years. And that's when I met Chad Sanford. It was actually at a songwriters festival. And he was like, hey, y'all need to, do a little more than this.
Right.
And so that's when when I got back into writing and stuff like that. So it was just I just needed someone to kick me in the ass to get back where I needed to get. So then, I was blessed enough to meet people like Scott Foster Harris and everyone else that I've been blessed to be with. And every little step just gets you that much better. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, cover bands are it's easy to get bookings as a cover band, but creatively, I mean, you always want to do more.
It sucks. I love it and hate it at the same time. I mean, you're right. If you want to go around and play covers, you can until you're 80,
right?
And still gig.
Yeah.
But the shot we're taking now is the days are limited.
Yeah.
When it comes to
that. Yeah. All right. So Scott, sorry, didn't mean to.
I just said I have to prioritize a little better.
Yeah, for sure.
I've never been good
at prioritizing. Yeah. It's an acquired skill, I guess.
Yeah.
So Scott, you were in a band called Zen Rising, right? And I tried like crazy to find music. I could find no music. I found a bunch of really cool press and things like that, but I couldn't find any Zen Rising online anywhere. So I was just wondering.
You won't.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. But
you won't find it. It was taken down years ago. You can still find a few random YouTube that there's still 1 or 2 YouTube videos up from back in the day.
Okay.
But all this stuff like on Apple and all that jazz, that all got taken down a number of years ago. It's a cool band now.
It's I mean, from what I can read,
probably
it
only
sounds
recorded a fifth of the music.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was neat. It was my baby when I got out of country. I was still in Nashville and put the band together. And I got into rock. I put the band together in Nashville and bought a 40-foot Fleetwood Bounder, and we all drove out to LA and lived in that thing for a while.
Man,
it was great.
Nice.
It was a really good band.
Yeah,
good dudes.
Cool. So, Scott, I talked to you a little bit about this on Twitter, but what kind of led me to Kickstand Jenny was I listened to the albums that you did with Tracy Guns, and I was really impressed with your voice.
Thanks, man.
Oh, no problem, man. I mean, you have that was what hooked me though. Like your voice, your tone is so good and you're so smooth. Like it's just and then you told me that
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome, man. And then you said that you had Kickstand Jenny going, so I checked that out and talked to Preston a little bit, bought the CD, which I love.
Thanks, man.
Oh, you're welcome, man. So just what was the experience like working with Tracy Guns? I mean, he's honestly, LA Guns is, I'm 50. So LA Guns was one of my childhood, like, I loved that band. The first three albums especially. Like I love the dirty guitar that Tracy plays.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, what was it like working with Tracy?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I was a singer in LA Guns for a little while.
Right, I read that. Did you guys tour? Were you like
the
touring
first
singer?
few years in the 2010s?
Okay. Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
We toured. We never recorded an album as
Okay.
LA Guns.
Right.
Although I did help those guys put together their Christmas album when they got back with Phil a few years ago. I'm glad
Nice.
Tracy and Phil reunited. I always wanted them to reunite.
Yeah, Phil has one of the classic voices.
Great guys.
Yeah.
The experience working with those guys was, he does, and one of the classic attitudes and vibes. He's just a good dude.
Yeah.
He's a good dude. And Tracy's a good dude. And when I was in the band, for a while, Chad was still the drummer, and then Donnie came back and was the drummer for a good while when I was in the band. But it was always a wonderful experience. Tracy's lovely. He's a funny guy, sarcastic guy, excellent guitar player. You know, has his own style. It's very unique and signature. And it was a joy for me because I was always the young one in the band. So I got to, I guess, party extra hard, if you want to call it that.
Nice.
You know,
Awesome.
but I enjoyed it. And then during that time or towards the end of that, Tracy and I got the League of Gentlemen going, which were the albums that you heard probably.
Right. Yeah. That was it.
And it was a joy. It's
Awesome.
It's easy to make music with him and those guys. It's, you know, they're good dudes. They're open to just about anything, and they're capable of putting stuff together. And we got to record those albums, and at least the first one, part of the second one, in Steve Vai's old studio in the Mothership up in the hills.
Awesome.
And who was the engineer? Greg Worth engineered that. So, you know, that's probably the reason why you think I sound so good. Greg would be the reason why, because he was the engineer. So That's the only reason why.
Man,
and I got to record on a bunch of old school gear. I got to record onto some tape for a few of the songs. So
nice.
You know, that's
nice.
It was a joyful experience from A to Z.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm telling you, man, there's something. Recording on tape is different because there's something about that natural magnetic compression that's just so forgiving.
Yeah. Tonally,
pitch wise, timing wise, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just, if you listen to classic records, especially from the 60s and 70s, when they were tracking through the Neves and even the predecessors, the Red stuff over in Abbey Road, you listen to that stuff and you can hear there's via guitars, strings that are way out of tune, vocals that are way out of tune, but it doesn't matter. It's not offensive like it is now. When you hear those same out of tune elements on a digital recording, it's offensive when you hear it. You don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
But on that tape, it's something about the way it glues it and just brings it all together. It makes it okay, and you don't even realize it unless you're listening for it.
Right.
It's a superior medium, in my opinion. But I had the privilege of getting to record a bunch of stuff that way.
That's
with
awesome.
the League.
Very cool.
It was great.
Very cool, man. Awesome. Yeah. So Preston, how did you go about putting Kickstand Jenny together? Because you're the founding member, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's been me all along with a bunch of other guys. But you know, I was kind of at the end of my ropes. So I was putting together this album. It was kind of be my final go at it. And it was a concept album. It was during COVID. I was wanting it to be about the end of music, and that's, if you listen to the songs, and with that in mind, that's what the album is about. The end of my love for music, basically. It plays like a relationship,
right? Because I heard relationships when I listened to it, but now I'll have to do it again.
Like the death of music during COVID. So I was gonna just get with Chaz Sanford, and we were just gonna do like a bunch of stuff for promotions, or try to get some publishing deals or whatever.
Right.
Never really was planning on doing a full blown album. So I looked up a few guys. That's why we have Mark Slaughter on there. He had agreed to do a song. And then had Scott and a couple other guys from Nashville. And when we got, so I knew of Scott because we actually played with LA Guns previously, and they'd had, new guy, or their original guy, back. So I was a little, apprehensive about reaching out to Scott. So Scott did a couple songs, and we started running the tracks in the studio, and Chaz was like, okay, who's this guy? You know, he's like, I can tell a professional when I hear one. He's like, this is your guy.
Yeah.
He's like, you need to go home. If you don't do anything, you go home tonight and you call him up and you see if he'll do this whole thing.
Right on.
And that's what I did. I called him up. I'm like, you know, hey, let me, and Scott's, you know, it's very gracious, very nice guy. And Scott's like, well, just send me what you got. And I think it was that night or the next day. He's like, yeah, I want to do this.
Awesome.
So then it became a whole new thing. Then it went from, okay, maybe this isn't the end of it for me. You know what I mean? So we bring in Scott, and then, you know, had Chris McComb was the bass player. He's been with me for 10 years. We all go up to Nashville, and God, we spent on and off a good year working on these and just kind of perfecting it and seeing what direction we want to go. And before you know it, we got a great band with a great album. So we're like, okay, this has to go somewhere. We got to do something. Then I start shopping it around. We get the record deal from Spectra Music, which is a pretty good label.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, it just started kind of snowballing. So here we are. So, and that's why the last two songs on the album is kind of like the rise of the Phoenix after the death.
Yeah.
You know, so we put in that Jumpin' Jack Flash is kind of like our bounce back. So, because honestly, once I met Scott, once we started working together, my whole vision changed. You know, the burnout kind of was behind me.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, awesome. You guys seem to have pretty compatible personalities, man. So I feel like that's probably a good dynamic in the band.
Man, it's all the heavy drinking that we did together allowed us to really bond.
Awesome.
Yeah, listen, I've played with a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And most of your singers you got to kind of walk on eggshells. Most of your guys, you know, you've heard of LSD, lead singer's disease, and all this. And you never know what you're gonna get. And Scott's not like that, man. He had a rough time getting down to our first meeting down in Nashville.
Yeah.
It was the whole thing. It was like a 24-hour trip before he could get to us. And I'm expecting this guy to walk in and be like, you bunch of blokes, I fucking hate you all, you know, or something. But I didn't know what to expect. He comes in, you know, with big smiles, big hugs. And it was just, I mean, it was
awesome.
From the get-go. It was awesome. So great experience all the way around.
So, you guys, you actually touched on a couple things that I wanted to talk about. So might as well get into it. Mark Slaughter, his vocals on that song, Solo, is that the one he's on?
Yeah.
They're really gritty. Like, I'm used to him more singing in the higher range and kind of, you know, Fly to the Angels Up All Night type stuff. Whose choice was it for him to sing like that? I mean, because I've never really heard him sing like that. I was really impressed.
Well, so the way I did these demos, and the vocals were already done by other people, and he was able to choose. So I think he kind of emulated what was already there, but at the same time, he wanted to do something different. You know, if he releases a Slaughter album, he has to be Mark Slaughter, right?
Right.
With this, he could kind of do what he wanted, and it was kind of neat. You know, he picked Solo. We sent him 4 songs. He picked that one because he said it reminded him of the band he was in called the Vinnie Vincent Invasion.
Sure. Yeah, Kiss.
With Kiss. Vinnie Vincent was in Kiss at one time or another.
Right. The Lick It Up album.
Yeah, and so it kind of reminded him the Lick It Up, but so it kind of reminded him of that band.
Right.
That was Vegas. It was a band in Vegas. And ironically, it's a song about leaving a bad situation and going solo, which is what he did.
Right.
You know,
cool.
when he left them, he started Potter, you know. So it's kind of an ironic twist.
Right. That's
a full
awesome.
circle moment. But yeah, he really enjoyed that song, and it's cool because a lot of people don't know that's his lead vocal. I've had people go, "Wow, yeah, it sounds good on the backups." I'm like, "No, that's him."
Yeah, I was trying to listen.
The whole song.
I was trying to listen, like who's doing the harmony. Like I was like, his voice sounds really cool on the track. Like I've never heard him sing like that.
It's all him.
Nice. That's awesome. Good deal.
Yeah.
So
honestly, that song should be more recognized because it's something that you won't get a chance to hear if you're a Slaughter, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree. It's a great song. So one thing, like, I know you guys are sort of being represented as an alternative rock band, but when I listen to the music, I really hear like a lot of 80s hard rock and southern rock influences. Is that fair to say? I mean, or it's just, that's what I hear. I mean,
It's fair to me, man.
all right, cool.
That's what I grew up on.
Awesome. Yeah.
You know, like I said, the Van Halen,
yeah.
all that hair metal stuff. I loved it all.
Me too.
I loved it all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you'll hear a lot of that influence from me. And I don't know, Scott, what do you think, man?
Well, I think I tried to sneak a little Dolly Parton influence in there without anybody noticing.
Hey, I love Dolly Parton. Polkas are good.
70s.
Weird
Scott's
Al,
a
right?
70s guy too, so he likes the older stuff. So.
Nice. So
Dolly couldn't play the accordion.
It'd probably just be way too far, hard on her arms. I actually really like that Rockstar album. It's long as crap.
He could play just about everything else, though.
Yeah,
that's true.
Talented lady, yeah, for sure. So, you mentioned Jumpin' Jack Flash. Like, I really like how you guys slowed that down and made it sort of a bluesy tune. That was really cool. And then after that, you've got the Blue Murder cover, and I love that Blue Murder album. So good. Man, like it's so and it's not as well known. Like some people might hear that song and think it's your guys' song. Yeah. But what made
that was kind of the goal on that.
Yeah, right on. I saw you change the name, and I was like, "Oh, this is Blue Murder, man."
Well, it was called Jelly Roll. Like,
yeah, right.
I was always the kind of guy. Now things are different now, but when I'd go to a CD store, right?
Yeah.
Back then, the store we went was called Cats. I think there was a record bar in the mall.
Okay.
And I would look at greatest hits albums, and I'd read the song, and then if it's, oh yeah, I know that one because of the name.
Right.
Who's the Jelly Roll?
Yeah, who's looking for Jelly Roll?
That Love Can Break Your Heart song.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
So that's why I wanted to change the name on that. It had nothing to do with tricking anybody. It's just, oh yeah, that's that song. It's more for recognition of the songs.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
And we needed a 10th song for the album, so
right. So throw it on there.
Yeah.
So what made you decide to do those covers?
Well, one's really well known,
right,
and one is very obscure, but should be well known because it's a really cool song. But yeah, kind of going back to what you were saying, a lot of people might think it's ours, and I'm okay with that.
Right.
The Rolling Stones song, it's one of those. If you do a song like Jumpin' Jack Flash, you either got to do it a lot better or a lot different. So I'm not saying we did it better, but we definitely did it different. So
ain't gonna do it better than the Stones.
Yeah,
no,
for sure,
no.
Yeah.
So it's different enough to stand out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's recognizable.
Right.
The Blue Murder song was more of a challenge for me. There's actually 9 guitar parts on there, man. I just had a good time with this, and it's like an open C tuning. It's a weird ass tuning. On some of the guitars,
right?
But it was more of just a fun thing for me. And we got Jim Riley from Rascal Flatts play the drums on it, so it's just one of those just fun. It was a. Can we cuss on your show?
Yeah, that's fine, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it was a fun fuck around song, and we just had fun with it.
Awesome.
And we just built it up, and we were able to mess around because it was the last song on the album. We just needed an extra song.
Yeah,
and it was one we were able to experiment with and have fun with.
Nice. So, is Jim Riley the same guy who played on a bunch of melodic rock albums, or did he only drum for Rascal Flatts? Do you know?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that a little more because I was looking up Jim Riley, the drummer, and found like 10 albums by obscure melodic rock bands that had a drummer named Jim Riley on them. So I was wondering if maybe he went around and played drums on a few different.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean Jim Riley's not the most uncommon name, so it could be somebody else, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It could be. He does a lot of stuff. You know, Chaz, the producer, he knows everybody. So we actually brought in 3 different drummers for that song, and we were able to pick what we liked the best. With Jim, I think his connection with Rascal Flatts was the main reason,
right,
because of the name recognition. The other 2 guys did a great job too, but yeah, that was, again, we were just messing around and coming up with some cool ideas and fun stuff.
What if it turned out What if it just so happened to be like 10 different Jim Rileys
That would be
played
insane.
on all those melodic rock songs?
That would be insane. He's just there's just Jim Rileys everywhere.
Listen, if there's another one, we need to get him for the next album.
Heck yeah. So, is there any
Find
plans
all the
to,
Jim Rileys?
Yeah,
Start
get
a
them
band
all in a
called the Jim
room.
Rileys.
The Jim Rileys. Heck yeah. Is there any plans to tour behind the album? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
You want that one, Scott?
What was the question?
Oh, I was wondering if there was
there's
any
a bit of a
plans to
breakup, so I
tour
didn't quite
behind the
hear.
album.
Any plans to tour behind the album?
Yeah.
We would love to.
Cool.
The numbers have to be there and the circumstances, the stars have to align, but we would love to.
Right. Well, if
We're
you come
gonna
to,
we're going up in the fall. We're going to be recording a whole nother handful of songs,
Oh, nice.
either as a bunch of individual singles that we might put out later as like the singles EP or something along those lines.
Okay.
But in between now and then, if circumstances are such that it makes sense, yep, we'd love to tour.
Awesome.
And then after that, I would imagine a tour would be more likely to manifest after this next handful of songs comes to fruition.
Okay.
But we're open to anything and everything, as long as everything makes sense
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
and doesn't get in the way of the recording schedule.
right. Well, I was just going to say, if you guys come to Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, anywhere in that triangle, you'll have one ticket sold at least. So, because
Right on.
I'll be there. So,
We got that one.
heck yeah. Right on.
We'll bring you some Twisted Teas.
Heck yeah. Awesome.
What are those? What are those, Preston? By the way, I was wondering what those were. Is that an
Well,
IPA?
No, it's that.
Yeah, it's like
Twisted Tea
alcoholic
stuff.
tea,
I bought
yeah.
them.
Oh, I think everybody just froze up for a second.
Yeah,
Okay.
I bought them for the beach, and I haven't been to the beach yet for 4th of July, and they're almost gone. Pretty good.
Nice.
I use they're
Happens.
good for a weapon too. Have you seen that video?
Yeah, the Twisted Tea. That's the first
They make
thing
a good
anybody thinks
defensive.
about now. Yeah, is the guy smacking the other guy in the head with the Twisted Tea.
Hey, no one messes with me. That's why I'm drinking them all the time. Nobody
Yeah.
messes with me, man.
Yeah, man, don't mess with a guy
If
carrying
they
a
see you
Twisted
walking around
Tea.
one of these, nobody messes with you. It's like having a gun on your holster.
Yeah.
Right on. All right. Well, I think we're gonna wrap
So
things up.
actually,
man,
Keith,
but-
we're going to be
go
in
ahead.
New York.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, I was just going to say we're going to be working with the guys from Tesla. We're going to be recording up in there at in their studio up in
Oh, very
I don't
cool.
remember what town. It's in New York. So
Okay. Cool.
hopefully we can get on some shows with those guys.
Yeah, that'd be
yeah,
great.
that'd be fun. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
They're on tour right now, so I mean, yeah, we could
They're
hop
cool.
on something.
cool guys.
Yeah, I'm from upstate
Right,
New York
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
so I'm a little familiar with the area.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, I was born in Syracuse,
Our
and raised
original-
in Ithaca, so
Oh, cool.
yeah,
Sweet.
yeah. Now I'm
Yeah.
stuck out here in the Midwest, but it's all right.
Well, I'll let you know, we may still go to Sweetwater for a day or two. That's still, we haven't called that off yet. So, I mean, even if we just go to shop, we might be up that way. It's in Indiana. You're
Right
part
on.
of Indiana.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know.
so I'm in Connorsville, which is a real small town in southeastern Indiana. It's like 45 minutes out of Ohio, 2 hours out of Kentucky, about 2 hours south of
Okay.
Indianapolis.
Okay.
Not a lot going on out here, but I'm trying, man. I ran a wrestling company out here for a while.
Nice.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, so I'm
Nice.
trying to give people
Not many
stuff
people
to do.
can say that.
Yeah, I mean it was fun. I started running shows in 2008, so I did it for a long time. I just quit last year, so it was a good
Oh, wow.
time. It was a good time. And I used to sing in bands and stuff, and that kind of got me interested. I've written probably 300 songs, never really did anything
Yeah,
with it.
man.
But it got me interested
but-
in seeing what makes other people want to create, because despite the fact
Yeah.
that my stuff never really took off, the wrestling definitely did better than the music, but neither one of them did all that great.
Yeah.
But
They're both
but I never
fucked
wanted to
up.
stop. I still kept wanting to create, and I still kept wanting to do stuff. So I wanted to see what got other people wanting to create. So that's kind of what the whole idea behind this thing is. So yeah.
I love it. That's wonderful, man.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think on that note,
Just don't stop.
yeah. I'm honestly, you know what's crazy? Like the podcast has got me interested. I've been talking to so many people. Like now I'm getting fired up again to do something on my own. So we'll see what happens, man. Other than the podcast, you know?
Good.
Yeah. Right on.
Don't
Keep
do
us
it.
posted as to anything and everything you get involved with. Keep us
I will,
posted,
for
man.
sure.
We'd love to support
I appreciate
in any way
it,
that we
guys.
can.
Thank you so much. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
this
man.
has been such a big deal for me. I know I said it before he came on, but I'm a big fan. I love your guys' music. I can't wait to hear more. And I think everybody
brother.
should check you guys out. Like, I think there's something for everybody in the music that you make. So, yeah, you're welcome, and I'm excited. Thank you guys so much for
Thank you,
coming
man.
on.
Thank you.
If there's anything you want to say before we hop off, plug in socials or anything like that, or go right ahead.
Well,
Take it away. Preston.
yeah, I mean, you can find anything on our website. All the links to the songs, to the streaming, to the videos, and our YouTube's taken off. We're about almost 300,000 subscribers already in just not even a year.
Yeah.
And
It's awesome.
nuts.
Yeah,
So
I meant to talk about the videos. I completely forgot. I'm sorry. Yeah, but you guys have some really cool videos
That's
on
all right.
YouTube. I actually spent a whole afternoon just watching them
man.
all and checking them out. Like, I love the Jumpin' Jack Flash video, the black and white. It's killer. So
Yeah. That was fun to make.
yeah, looks really good.
yeah,
So,
there's more. There'll be more.
heck yeah, awesome.
There will be more. So
Nice.
we just got
All right,
to
guys.
save up that money for.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah, because your videos are high quality. Like, it's not just something that was shot on somebody's iPhone. So I'm impressed.
Right.
I mean, honestly, I was impressed
Yeah,
by
I'll
the
plug
videos.
this guy, Keone Tour, man. He's in Nashville. He did a killer job for us, and he's ready to make some more. So
Yeah, awesome.
but he's up there in Nashville doing some awesome photography and videos and stuff like that. So really cool guy.
Very cool.
We're
Awesome.
blessed to have met him.
Awesome. All right. So before I go, I want to thank my producer, Tyler Martin. I couldn't do this without him. I know nothing about Zoom calls or web cameras or anything. So Tyler Martin, ME Studios, he's the guy who makes all this happen. I just talk. So, and I want to thank you guys again, and best of luck in the future, man. This has been really, really cool. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Thank you, brother.
Likewise. Thank you, Keith.
All right, you guys
Appreciate
stay
See you
buddy.
as well, man.
awesome. Thank you.
See
All
you
right.
soon. All right.
For sure.
Cheers, guys.
All right, everybody, welcome to the most excellent entertainment podcast. And I'm your host, Keith. And tonight we have with us the master of mayhem, rock star extraordinaire, Mickey Magnum.
How y'all doing out there tonight? I'm Mickey Magnum, the master of mayhem. And, well, I'm here for your viewing and listening pleasure tonight. Sometimes just listening pleasure, but sometimes viewing and listening. But if you're going to pleasure yourself, please do that in private.
Indeed. Yeah, we do a little bit of both here. Not the pleasuring yourself, but the listening and viewing. How's it going, brother?
Real good, real good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm having a blast. This podcast thing is working out. So far, anyway.
Yeah, I like podcasts. Generally, like, I didn't think that I would like them, and initially I thought, man, I don't know if I like this type of stuff. But I
Yeah.
started listening to some. Well, so you're a big wrestling guy, right, Keith?
Yeah. Yeah.
To a degree, right? And I
Oh,
am
yeah,
too.
absolutely. I mean, I've promoted shows for years, and I've been a fan since I was 4. So yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
man. And me too. So I like one thing that really kind of got me hooked on podcasts. It wasn't even Joe Rogan. It actually was like pro wrestling shoot interview podcast type things.
Man,
I love them.
yeah,
I absolutely love them.
I ate up the shoot interviews when they were first coming out. I was all over those things, and then for a while I started getting into the comedy podcasts. Because a lot of different comedians, just like Chris D'Elia, he's kind of a touchy subject now, but his podcast was hilarious.
Sure.
And then lately, I've been getting into a lot of music podcasts. Oh, and I went through a rabbit hole where like the sitcom people from the '90s go back and watch their shows and then talk about what they remember from the shows, like Full House and Saved by the Bell and
Sure.
the kids from that Nickelodeon show.
Yeah, like what was going on, like
so
during the filming of it or whatever, like all the behind the scenes stuff that you never really know.
So, like what their relationships were like while they were filming them, and Boy Meets World. Boy Meets World was the first one.
Sure.
Yeah, because Daniel Fishel. Actually, it's all of them except Ben Savick. So it's all the people who were on that show, and that was really interesting. And I liked Boy Meets World when I was a kid, so it's kind of like,
yeah,
why not check it out? So yeah, but yeah, and I used to host TV shows back in the day. I interviewed people and stuff, and it just got me like, I want to do this. You know, I want to see what I can contribute to this whole thing. So.
Yeah, and I think it's a really interesting way to find out the behind the scenes workings of bands or whatever genre or profession these people are doing, and find out who those individuals really are as a person, because sometimes their character and the person maybe doesn't intersect as much as you think.
Absolutely. Well, and then this is the thing too. I don't want to regurgitate this every single podcast, but at the same time, I feel like it's information that kind of helps the guests get where I'm coming from. So, like we touched on a little bit, I did pro wrestling stuff for a long time. Other than that, I've also, hosted television shows, produced television shows, and I was in bands. I've written probably 300 songs. None of it has been extremely successful, but I still want to keep creating. No matter what, I just can't stop. Like there's just something in me.
And define successful, Keith. Like, what if one of your songs, even though let's say it's not commercially successful, what if one of your songs was somebody's favorite song that they ever heard?
That'd be so killer.
And made their life better, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
So, like, I don't know. Success is such a difficult thing to quantify because, you have commercial success, you have financial success. Who's the greatest band? Well, who the hell knows, right? Like, the greatest band could be never discovered. They could be popular only locally, and they just don't have the reach of big bands and a marketing machine behind them to get this music to the world. And maybe that's one thing that the internet has provided us a little, is a platform to reach more people, but that also provided everybody with the same platform. So it's kind of difficult to
it's hard.
All that noise.
Yeah. It's like when we were kids, you'd hear a song on the radio, and if it was a song that they wanted you to hear, you'd hear it 8-10 times a day, and then that song would get stuck in your head, and you would go search for it.
Right.
But now it's like you have to know what kind of music you're looking for. I mean, or the targeted Facebook ads, like I came across you through a Facebook ad. I believe the video was live. In the ad. And
really?
I think the video was live in the ad. If not, clicked on it and watched a live performance on YouTube.
Man, was that around like, because I did a bunch of Go Live stuff.
Yeah,
Maybe during COVID and shortly thereafter.
it was right after COVID. Like,
So it could have been
actually,
that.
COVID had been going on when we talked the first
And
time.
I did really wild things during COVID, and I still do to this day. I've had really kind of bizarre. I'll tell you more about the really bizarre. Like probably the most bizarre thing I ever did for marketing is I
Yeah.
have a friend who's an over the road truck driver that drives coast to coast,
Okay.
and I just sent him with physical boxes, like hundreds of physical copies of CDs, and asked him to just leave them at gas stations or with every single person that he stops and like, hey, I'm going to drop off like however many pallets of whatever here.
Yeah.
Give them to these people and just drop these things off everywhere, man. It's like throwing a fishing pole in the water everywhere you go. And I don't even have to leave town to do it.
Right. When I lived in Indianapolis, you would come across CDs just sitting on counters.
Yeah.
Like that's not unheard of. You know what I mean? Like I found a CD in a tattoo shop once that was just sitting on the counter. I was like, "What is this?" They were like, "Oh, one of our guys. He also makes music. He just left it on the counter." And I was like, "Cool." And there was a comic book shop type place, and they always had some CDs on their counter that people would just drop off. And so yeah, I mean, it's one thing, you know. But yeah, I remember the live video. Just you sounded so good.
Oh, thanks,
You know,
man.
you're welcome. I was just like, I gotta check these guys out. So I hit the little more information, and then we talked for a while. And I ordered your second CD, and you sent me your first one for free.
Yeah.
Which is freaking awesome. Thank you. So that was really cool, man. And yeah, and that's kind of how I got into the whole Mickey Magnum fandom. And you're and you're a cool guy, dude. We've had a couple really good conversations, man. So
I like to do really cool things for people.
Yep.
You know, when I was a kid, like I always wanted somebody to do something really cool to me. Like I wanted to get a letter from Axl Rose or from James Hetfield or maybe just hope their tour bus would break down. And I lived in the middle of a swamp in the middle of nowhere. There's no reason this tour bus would be anywhere ever going down some back road in the middle of nowhere, right?
Right.
But in my mind, I'm like, oh man, it would be just so cool if somebody I thought was cool would write a letter to me or send me something in the mail. And, you know, I thought about that a lot. And as I got into martial arts and other things, boxing was kind of a thing too. And I thought about Muhammad Ali, and I think he was a big fan of like Sugar Ray Robinson. And he wanted to know him. And he waited outside this restaurant or something. I can't remember if it was down in Louisville or he waited outside just to see him so he could talk to him. And when he finally did see him, he ignored him. And, you know, the kid talked to him, made a big deal about it, you know, and that's kid Ali. And Ali, like, that's why I think he became larger than life, is he wanted the fans to connect with him. He'd talk a lot of trash and promote fights, but man, he did stuff for kids. It just, the things that guy did, it was unbelievable. But he did that through this feeling of not wanting to make people feel lesser. When they make a big deal about you, you have like a certain amount of responsibility to treat those people with respect and be like, hey, I'm somebody to these people. I'm important to them. Let's make them important to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like I've come across a lot of famous people. I'm not really sure how, but I've met quite a few over the years, and everyone who I've met has been really cool. So that's been great. Ric Flair wasn't so cool, but everybody else was really cool. I mean, yeah, I've met Ric Flair.
How sober was Ric Flair when you met him exactly?
Well, nobody was sober because he was wrestling that night. But it was really anything. But I met him at a show in Syracuse. and he was wrestling Terry Funk that night. But
Oh, wow.
yeah. So Sting was wrestling Great Muta, and he was in the entranceway watching the match. Well, it wasn't really the entranceway. It was like where you would enter the bleachers to sit down. And I walked over to him, and I was like, "Wow, you're Ric Flair." You know, that's what I said. And he
Yeah.
goes, "Could you move out of my way? I'm trying to watch Sting wrestle." And I was like, "Sure." I was 16, not even. I was 15.
Man, dude.
I was just like, "Okay."
You know, and I think about that all the time too. Like, you got to think about it like this. Every single time you have an interaction with somebody,
Yeah.
it might be your only interaction with that person, and that
Right.
might be their only memory of you ever.
Yeah, whenever I see Ric Flair, that's what I think of. You know, how he asked me to move instead of like
Right.
taking a couple minutes. But you know,
Oh man, and I'll tell you, dude, there's been times where I've worked a 12-hour day and then drove an hour and a half or 2 or 3 hours, set up a whole merch table, done all this stuff, went and played a show, and I just didn't really feel like talking to anybody after that, after about 19 or 20 hours. But
Right.
you know what? Because of those type of things, man, even if I'm tired, I will sit there and do whatever it takes because you have to. Because that could be how people remember you forever. And I just I don't want anybody to remember me like, that guy told me, to take a hike, or he didn't have no time for me. And like he was important to me. Like I loved his music, or I thought he was somebody who was cool. And when I met him, he's a disappointment. Like, man, I don't want to be like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're gonna get to the meat of the podcast in a minute, but now that we're talking about stuff like this has got me just one more story, man.
Sure.
So I saw Seven Mary 3.
Yep.
And the it was actually in Milwaukee. It was right after I moved there. It was Seven Mary 3 and Brian Van something. He used to sing for the Verve Pipe, and he did the vocals for the Rockstar movie.
Sure.
Yeah, he opened, but and no one knew who he was because it was like him and his acoustic guitar until he played The Freshman, and then everyone was like, "Oh, it's the Verve Pipe guy."
Oh yeah, sure. They didn't connect the dots, right?
Yeah. But Seven Mary 3, man, I love that band. I've been into them for a long time, so I was like freaking losing it out there, man. I was sweating. I think I took my shirt off. I was, and then afterwards, Jason, the singer, Jason Ross, was having a beer at the bar, and I just wanted to walk up to him and ask him how he was doing. So I went up to him. I was like, "Hey, man, how you doing? Great show." And he goes, "How are you doing, man?" He was like, "I saw you out there, and stuff like that's what keeps us going." And I was just like, dude, like, and that felt so good to like he saw me out there sweating in the crowd. Like, geez, it's insane. Like, it's just great. So
yeah, and that's something that you always remember, right? Like, and that dude didn't. I think you probably know this because you've interviewed a lot of people and talked to a lot of people that have been around and done stuff. Like, I don't really care to talk about myself that much or go on. Like, when you get out around, I want to hear about like the people that are interested in our music, like what their families were like, or what do they got going on in life, or what's good, or what's this, or what made you really happy, or which song you like. I want to hear about that. I really don't want to spend that much time talking about myself because, like, to me, well, that's just me, right? Like, I want to hear about these people and what did they like, or how do they live?
Yeah, it's always cool to hear like also how the stuff that you do affects other people.
Sure.
Because you hope that you're making a connection in some way or another. So that's. But I don't think about that when I'm like meeting the singer for Seven Mary 3. It's like, what no I was doing. Like, that was cool, man. So
some of these dudes got like super good memories too, and like they'll meet their fans and like not see them for 3 or 4 years or something, and then like they'll see him again at a VIP meet and greet or something. Oh yeah, hey, wait a minute, I remember you. You're the guy that had the dog that passed away 3 years ago. Like, are you doing okay? And they'll be like, dude, that was that one show. Like, 3 years ago. How do you remember that?
Yeah, that's
Some of
awesome.
these dudes remember that stuff, man, and that is really, really cool.
Yeah, yeah. I saw Dramarama play on their last tour before they broke up the first time, and after everything got over with, John Easdale came off the crowd and came back out into the crowd, and was just meeting people a little bit here and there, and I said, we talked for a second, and then he said, thanks for coming, Keith. And I had introduced myself to him at the beginning of the night, like probably 5 or 6 o'clock. And this was 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. And he said, thanks for coming, Keith. 12 hours later, he still remembered my name.
That's impressive.
Like, yeah.
Went out, did a whole show, did all this stuff, talked to all these people, did all, oh yeah, hey, Keith, thanks for coming out. Like, what?
Crazy, dude. Crazy. And I said, thanks for playing, John. And he said, they're my favorite band, man. And he was just, he was everything that I wanted him to be. Honestly, when I met him, he was so cool.
Man, that is awesome when people like don't disappoint you. I don't think I've ever really been disappointed by like a lot of people. Maybe once in a while you will be. But most of the time, I would say, as a general rule of thumb, I've usually been pretty, pleasantly surprised that people were just as cool as I thought they were supposed to be at my time,
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, I've never met Gene Simmons or Paul Stanley. But I'm prepared if I ever do.
That's right.
I know it's not going to be the warmest interaction.
Well, and one thing you cannot deny is that the Demon is a amazing marketing machine. He found a way to wring every last dollar out of rock and roll somehow.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
You can't beat him for that. I mean, he sold Kiss coffins, like Kiss soda pop. I mean, he was on Scooby-Doo. Like,
right. I mean, that's my thing too. I wonder if I was Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, two like nerdy Jewish boys from New York who were, not necessarily treated all that well when they were kids because they were, whatever. Paul had a missing ear. If I would act like that, maybe, and they created this gigantic thing.
Right. Juggernaut, dude.
You know what I mean? I mean, I guess you can give them ego. So,
well, and what's like it? I mean, you think about what they did in the 70s with that makeup and stuff. Like, they pushed that. I mean, it's the old corpse paint style, like black metal thing. Right. But I mean, they did something that people never really, and at least for the mainstream, had seen anything like.
It never happened before. Yeah. I mean, there was Alice Cooper, but Kiss is like a whole nother,
It's a different type of thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a show. Like it's
different style of music. They got some good theatrics. A little bit of stuff with the blood, like Alice Cooper's a little more theatric too. Right. But similar type of thing for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, man. So I feel like we kind of touched on this, but let's get into it a little more. Like, what made you decide to create music?
Oh God, dude. I had no interest in being a musician ever.
Okay.
I had no musical background, no musical family members, never wanted to do, I liked music. I liked to listen and enjoy it, but I never, ever, like if you would have asked me when I was a kid, like, hey dude, do you think someday you'll ever like write and record songs and be a singer in a band? I'd have laughed at you. Why the hell would I do that? But that'll never be something that I do. Wrong-o. Wrong-o. But as we do in life, right?
Yeah.
Where you wind up and what you think, I don't know. I guess maybe not everybody, but at least for most of the people I know, like where they ended up and what they thought they were going to do versus what they wound up doing in reality, it wasn't the same thing. There's always some people like, I knew I wanted to be a musician or a pro wrestler or a boxer or something, and that's all that they knew it right away, and that's what they wanted to do. So they just found their way earlier, and I didn't.
Yeah.
So how did I get to music?
Yeah.
I got my way to music through combat sports.
Okay. Interesting.
I didn't want to be a musician. I got bullied a lot when I was a kid, so I got really good at fighting.
Okay.
That was something I was good at because I figured out probably through elementary school and middle school, junior high, that if people were trying to bully me, if I just fought them, they'd leave me alone. And pretty soon I'd just start beating up bullies until I had a reputation where they wouldn't bother me anymore. Like, I'm not messing with this kid, dude. He broke my nose, or he's too much trouble. So I'm going to leave him alone.
Right.
And so that was kind of my thing, but I didn't really think that was a useful talent either until later. Like I sat around and I don't know, from the bullying thing, I kind of just got myself in a spot where I felt like I just needed to drink a lot and feel sorry for myself. And I didn't really go anywhere for a while. And then I met a friend of mine and I went to Costa Rica, and I went down there and these dudes tried to rob us. And I went through these guys like the Terminator.
Right.
But to me, it was just another pair of high school bullies that were trying to take things or hurt me. And I'm like, well, you're going to burn, dude. And so I put a torch to those guys, and he's like, dude, you're like the Terminator. Like, you ever think about doing this stuff and like getting paid? I'm like, hey, I don't know. Where I came from, like, that was never even a consideration. So I came back and I had this dude that was a Dane County sheriff that offered to train me, but he worked opposite shifts. So he introduced me to another guy named Damien, the coroner, Decorah. And I trained under him for a long time and had a bunch of fights and did that. And that was something that was fun. But the problem is I worked for an electric utility at that time too. And I was the foreman at the utility. So I have to go out and interact with the general public. Right. And so some of these fights that I did were like tournament style weekends thing, where you'd fight maybe once or twice Friday night. And like if you won, you'd fight again. And then you might fight 2 more times Saturday. So you might have like 3 or 4 fights in one weekend, like the old school UFC style. So I'd come to work on Monday and I might be swelled a little bit shut, or both of them, or my nose might be a little smashed, because guess what? I don't care how good you are. When you fight 2 or 3 or 4 times in a weekend, you're going to get hit.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's when the HR director kind of wheeled me in the office. He's like, Mickey, listen, man, listen. I know that you do this stuff and this is a sport, but like, and I know I can't ask you this, but you gotta stop this stuff. Like, people are calling down here. Like, we're supposed to be putting services in, like, to these multi-million-dollar buildings, you know, for a pharmaceutical company or something that's coming in. I'm standing out there talking to the owner about putting this transformer in. My eyes swelled shut, you know, and they don't understand, you know, like, they think, oh, this guy's eyes, like, he must be an obnoxious drunk. Like, you're just not an athlete, right?
Right.
You know? So they put the pressure on me a little bit. And, you know, just like pro wrestling, when you're starting out at the bottom, fighting don't pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, it ain't paying your bills. And working at the electric company was a good paying job. It had a retirement and all that other stuff. So I was like, well, what am I going to do? So I went up to the high school to give a scholarship on behalf of the electric utility. And I saw this kid come walking out, and he played like Eddie Van Halen Eruption and a bunch of other guitar solo stuff for the class night. Nice. And I watched like 200, 300 people in that auditorium and like jump up, and they were like, yeah, you know, and I'm like, man, that's the same electric feeling that I got when I would walk down the aisles, you know, and the place is packed and you're going to go down and get at it. Right. So I'm like, in my mind, I thought, son of a bitch, this could be my next vehicle, right? If I can't go do fighting, I'll go do this thing. I'll play in a band. So I look at the program because I read all the electric meters in town too. So I knew everybody's name and where everybody lived because I had to walk house to house to house, write all the readings down and all that jazz. So this is before drive-by metering. So I knew where everybody lives. So I look at the kid's name. I'm like, oh yeah, I know where he lives. He lives up in Palmer Heights. The next day, boom, 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 like Jay and Silent Bob, I'm at your door. Yo, man, is man around?
That's
And
awesome.
that's kind of how it started. As I started off being a guitar player, playing rhythm guitar in a band, and after that, 5 months, 6 months, man, I started off practicing for an hour, and I'd get blisters and stuff, and built up, and pretty soon I was practicing 3 to 4 hours a day, and finally, I'd come back, and Matt was like, "Damn, dude! Like every time you come back, you already know all the stuff that you're supposed to know from the previous week, and you've learned 2 or 3 other things on your own. Like, how are you doing it?" I'm like, "Because I'm just trying really hard, dude."
Yeah.
So I'm like, "Dude, we need to start a band." And he's like, "You think so?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, let's do it." So that's what we did. And I still didn't sing in that band. I sang one song. I sang the song by Better and Ezra called "Good," which is kind of like a one-hit wonder band from the '90s. I
mean, I love that song. Yeah.
I think it's a great song. It's fun.
Yeah.
So I did the cover band thing for a while, and then I was married, and my wife did not like my musical career. And she told me if I wanted to start a family that I'd need to like move out of that. Well, we wound up getting divorced anyways. And I didn't wind up with a family. So after I got divorced, I called my old band members up, some of the guys from the cover band. And I'm like, "Guys, listen, man, I want to be an original artist. I want to be a musician. I want to write songs, and I want to come back as like my own thing though. I don't want to be a human jukebox that's like playing these songs. I want to be original band only. We'll write our songs, record them, we go be who we are." And that's what we did. And that's how Mickey Magnum was born.
Awesome. And so once Mickey Magnum got going, I mean, obviously you guys have a reputation for being a pretty awesome live band.
Yeah.
And then you ended up putting out 3 different CDs. And I think in the beginning, you were sort of like a blues based, sort of hard rock band, but then as the albums progress, they progressively get heavier and the music gets a little more complicated, but at the same time, it seems like it got catchier. Like, what do you attribute that progression to? Like,
well, I would attribute that progression to a couple of different things. The original band was supposed to be, the plan was supposed to be, we were going to be a blues rock band. And that's why the first album has harmonica and like all that. That was where I was hoping this band would go, is we were going to be a blues rock band along the lines of Johnny Winter, maybe a little bit of the Doors and Deep Purple and those type of things. Paul Butterfield blues band, like it's a combination of those things, amalgamation of them. Yeah. But that's not how it happened. As with all things in life, right? Like this was the intentions. Well, where did we wind up? Yeah. So we released our first album and went out and started to play a little bit. And then the harmonica player decided he wanted to leave the band. Well, up here in Wisconsin, unlike down in the Mississippi Delta and Alabama and down in the Gulf Coast Southwest, or Southeast, excuse me, you could probably get a harmonica player down there. Right. But around here, good luck. Yeah. So we were sitting there, we're like, well, what are we going to do? So we wound up starting to turn into a rock, because we didn't have the harmonica anymore. We added another guitar player and we became more of a hard rock band. Yeah. Because that's the personnel that we had to perform. See, we never thought, like, the band never really thought about the recording part of this as the only thing. Like, we needed to be able to produce the stuff live in our minds.
Yeah.
So that's why our recordings are kind of minimalist, right?
Right.
If you really look at like how our albums were produced, like the first album is super minimalist, right?
Yeah.
And even the second and the third one are still very minimalist. Like
Right.
the most guitar tracks you'll probably find on there is like 3 or 4 guitar tracks on the most complicated songs.
Right.
You know, you have a rhythm track, you're going to have a first lead track, and then maybe a second lead track on the most complicated ones for some little side licks or something like that, or
Right.
maybe a second rip. That's it.
Yeah.
And vocally, like I don't do anything weird vocally with like multiple layers of tracks. Like I'll have a few spots where I double or triple stuff. But otherwise, the majority of vocal effects I have are reverb or delay. That's it.
Right.
Like, so everything, you know, the bass tracks are just one track. The drum tracks are all the individual drum. Like there's nothing wild about it.
Yeah.
But that's why we're a good live band, see, because guess what? We can show up and play, and we're just using wedge monitors. We don't have any in-ear monitors. Like we don't have any of this technology or tracks to screw up and go wrong.
Right.
We just play the songs. And that's what tears people up, because like, dude, that's just you guys playing the music, right, dude? And that's why it works, because it's simple, it's direct. We know what we're supposed to do when you do it. I don't have all this crap. The more stuff you got to go wrong, more stuff that'll go wrong, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was one of the things that really drew me to you guys. Like, once I listened to the CDs, like I like music that has space. There's so much. It just sounds alive. Like it just sounds. There's space there. You can hear and feel the music. You know, I don't.
It's not
overproduced. You probably understand what I'm saying because you're a musician, so you probably get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not overproduced, Keith. That's the problem with a lot of this music.
Like a breathing, living thing, you know, and that's what you guys sound like. So
right.
Yeah.
A lot of the new music is overproduced. They have too many tracks, and I think the music starts to lose its authenticity a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because music really isn't all about notes, at least to me. It's about feeling.
Yeah.
You know, for me, the prime example of that is my love for the original Kill 'Em All by Metallica. It's one of my favorite albums. And then I've heard people discuss it like, oh, well, it's not in time, or it's not this, or it's not that.
Man.
I don't care.
Yeah.
What I love about it is that it's brutal and pure and raw. And it's not overdone. It's a snapshot of exactly who those guys are authentically at that exact moment in time. And no bullshit polishing, make this bullshit that. Nah. It's real, and that's why that album kicks ass.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I always think about like a band like the Rolling Stones.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to downplay the Rolling Stones, but no one in that band is like an amazing musician. They're all kind of sloppy and but they sound incredible.
Right.
You know, I mean, Mick Jagger's voice just sounds great.
Because it's simple and effective, right? Same with AC/DC. Like you look at their music, like, oh wow, like, are you gonna blow your mind with the chord progressions they're doing? No,
right? But
it's simple, it's catchy, it's fun, and it's got good feeling.
Yeah,
and that's why it works, man.
Absolutely. Have you heard the Four on the Floor out of Minnesota?
No.
Okay, so it's 4 guys, right? And they play, all 4 of them play a kick drum.
Wow.
Yeah. And of course, there's a guitar player and a bass player and a drummer with a full kit, but they all play a kick drum, and that's the main rhythm of all their songs.
Wow, dude.
It's so cool, man. It's so simple and bluesy, and it's a stomp.
Damn, I gotta go look them up because they're Minnesota's not that far away from here. I'm embarrassed that I don't know them now.
I mean, I thought maybe with them being in Minnesota, you might.
Oh, for sure. Like I should know them. I like I said, I'm embarrassed I don't know them.
They're
But
so good.
that's cool because guess what? I'll get to know them, and they're not
Heck yeah.
far away, so I can go see them.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, check them out.
That's part of the great
They
adventure.
got songs about drinking and blues and just good fun band, man. Hanging out with your friends. I mean, they're great band.
Fun music.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
So you guys, you and the Mayhem, right? Just played the Bratfest.
Yeah.
Yeah, how was that?
The Mayhem is a new band. That's a solo project I started. I'm gonna kind of try to start moving some of my stuff back to the original blues rock thing. I have an original song that I wrote called Center Stage, and I'll email it over to you when we get done here tonight, so you can listen to it. We played it live for the first time at the Bratfest show. Yeah. We actually had to move Bratfest for us down to Main Street Music, my buddy's music venue, because we had such inclement weather Friday and Sunday that actually it rained out all the stages, so they had to move the what they wound up doing is moving the national tour tier bands inside the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, which they'd never done in 40 years or 30 years of having that festival. Wow. So that's how bad the weather was. But the problem is that they had to cancel 3 open air live stages then. And well, those bands are guaranteed. So guess what? You're playing, buddy.
Gotta find somewhere to play. Yeah.
So they played inside, but I was thinking we were going to get rained out and we would lose our stage, which unfortunately did happen. But called my buddy up that runs a music venue, Mr. Mason Meyer, also another great outlaw country musician from Wisconsin. And I'm like, Mason, like, I think we're going to get rained out, bro. What are we going to do? Can we come down and play? He's like, yeah, I don't have no shows at the venue because we didn't want to compete with Bratfest. And I'm like, dude, I almost died. Like, I need to get out and play with this band. I need to do this. And he's like, I know you do. And that's why we're going to come down here and do this. So we did. And man, I played that new song, dude. And Keith, I'll tell you, I never experienced anything like this in the world in my lifetime of performing. Played that song for the public the first time. And I looked out in the audience and I saw like 8 or 9 people crying and holding each other. And they had never heard that song in their life. And that, like, it hit me. I was partway through the first verse and getting ready into the second when I saw these people starting to like break down emotionally. And I found myself at the point where I was going to start breaking down emotionally. I'm like, oh my God, dude, I'm going to start crying here. I'm going to embarrass myself. Like, I'm going to botch this performance now because I can't even contain myself looking at these people. Yeah. So I stared up into the stage lights that were like pointing back. And what I didn't know, and one of the ladies in my fitness class told me, is like, oh yeah, if you look up, like, you can't cry. Like, there's some sort of physiological thing or something. I didn't know that. She was just telling me. I don't know if it's true, but I'm like, I was just looking into the light to try to find something to focus on, but I just so happened to be looking up in the air and staring at him. Like, can't cry, dude. Gotta stay focused. Gotta go. Can't fumble this now, man. These people are on, Yeah. And that changed my life forever, and I'll never forget it. So for me, cool. I mean, to move people like that, because a song is good when you see people, when you play it for them and they get like goosebumps, right? Yeah. Skin don't lie, dude. Or if they start crying, or if they stop what they're doing and look, right? That's a really good song.
Yeah, for sure, man.
So I'm really excited about that and doing some more stuff with the Mayhem band. Originally, that was what the band was supposed to be. Yeah. When we started out on this journey, I wanted the band originally to be Mickey Magnum and the Mayhem.
Right.
But the guys didn't want to be the Mayhem, so we just became Mickey Magnum.
Right.
And then I became Mickey.
Right.
The guy with the glasses and the bowler hat and the Chuck Taylors.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And then as time went on, I became the Master of Mayhem, which it just sounds cool.
Yeah, you do it well, man. So,
Yeah, it's fun, you know. It's like it's got. I think that's the thing that's kind of missing right now in rock and roll is that's one thing I loved about Guns N' Roses. That Guns N' Roses was one of my favorite rock bands, and between AC/DC and Guns N' Roses are probably my number one or number two personally
yeah,
for rock bands.
yeah,
But the one thing I liked about Axl Rose. I mean, he stirred up a lot of controversy and did things that maybe I really wouldn't do for my career.
sure, yeah,
But the things, and I don't like the tardiness, like being late. Like I'm not into that. Like our shows
yeah,
will always go on time forever. But one
yeah,
thing that I did like about him was he wanted to make rock and roll dangerous. You know, the most dangerous band in the world, right?
yeah, yeah,
And that's what adds an air of excitement to rock and roll. Because you don't know, I don't want people to know what I want to just go watch this guy to see what the hell he's going to do because you just don't know.
right.
Unpredictable. And that's fun.
That is fun. Very cool, man. Yeah, that story, man. Jeez, that's awesome. So cool.
Oh man, it's so overwhelming too. Like I had that really nasty cancer diagnosis
Yeah,
before we opened for Great White. Like
yeah,
the week of that show, I got that diagnosis on Wednesday that I might be terminally ill. And man, you should have seen the look on that doctor's face. Oh Lord, man. He came in and he's the surgeon. He's like, well, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. I wanted to hear about it myself, and he seemed like he was having the time of his life. So I didn't
right.
want to be rude and interrupt him, so I let him go through his spiel. And he got done and he's like, all right, so are you ready to go back? I'm like, well, you see, Doc, the thing is this.
I got this thing to do.
I'm going to go open for Great White at the Crystal Grand, one of the biggest music venues in Wisconsin, on Saturday. So unless you want to see my skinny little white ass hitchhiking up Highway 12 in a hospital gown to get to that show, what do you think we maybe push this off till next week, Tuesday?
Yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, right now,
Yeah.
things are looking all right with as far as the cancer diagnosis, right? So,
Yeah, like, well, and you know, before we get to that part of it, like
yeah,
thinking about it, imagine going to play a show, and we had a great crowd that night. We had 1,300 people in the venue.
right.
But imagine finding out, like, let's see, that was Tuesday, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Finding out that, and then 4 days later, going out in front of 1,300 people and playing
Man,
what you might think in your mind might be the last show you ever
Yeah.
play before you
Yeah.
die. And it's like, man, so you know, like, there's an anxiety there, right? Like, oh man,
Yeah,
like
of
what's
course.
going to happen? Like, I don't want to stumble now, but you're thinking like, man, I might die here. This
Yeah.
might be it. So it adds a layer of tension. Like, we went out there and had an amazing show, and I didn't really even know that there was that many people there because the stage lights are so bright. I could only see about 3 or 4 rows back. So I had no idea. When we got done with the set, they flipped all the lights on as we were walking off stage, and I looked. That place was full all the way to the back and half of the upper deck. And I was glad that I couldn't see back that far, because if I'd have known all those people were there, I'd have been freaking out. So that worked out good.
Right.
As far as the cancer diagnosis, getting back to where we were, they gave me the chop, and I had cancer and at the intersection of my small intestine and colon. And I'd been having some stomach pain issues, and I had a CT scan where they actually missed my tumor. So it sat there cooking in me for 3 extra years, which fortunately I'm very health conscious and I lift a lot of weights. I have a super clean diet. I take very, very good care of myself. And I think that's what didn't allow that tumor to grow very fast.
Awesome.
So that's the good part about it. The bad part about it is I had a very rare genetic form of cancer. It was a neuroendocrine tumor, which is like 1 in, I don't know, 100,000. So basically what that means is it's not treatable. My tumor isn't, or what, the one that they cut out of me, but the ones that my body will create it'll just create them, is not treatable by chemotherapy or radiation. It's surgical only. So if that tumor comes back on me somewhere they can't cut it off me, I'll die. And so where I'm sitting is I got to get scanned every 6 months and CT scan. And if if I come back clean, well, that's good. If they find something, they either got to cut it off me, or if it like starts on my brain, well, then I'm done. Or the one thing I thought I was off the hook at, I'm like, well, this is really slow growing style tumor. Like, I'll be fine, right? I could stretch this out 3 years and do a little bit more stuff. Well, the oncologist told me, well, see, there's 2 types of neuroendocrine tumors too. There's fast growing and slow growing. So if you get this thing, you could get, like, if a fast growing one comes back, you could be dead in 6 months. So when I tell people I'm living 6 months at a crack, I mean, I am. That's where I'm at right now. So I'm out of the woods right now and in the clear, but I'm a scan away from going right back to hell. So,
yeah.
But it's driving me forward, Keith. I'll tell you that.
Awesome. Yeah.
I could sit around and cry about things or feel, and I'm going to be like fully honest with you and just disclose this to you.
Yeah.
When I first got home from the hospital, probably the first 3 to 5 days, I did feel sorry for myself, and I'm embarrassed about this. I'm like, man, how could this happen to me? Like, I've been training really hard, and I took care of, I'm not somebody who doesn't take care of himself. Like, what's going on here? Like, why am I getting struck down with this? But then I saw this commercial for St. Jude's Hospital. Like, and there's all these kids who have had cancer. And I thought about that. And it made me feel embarrassed a little bit inside. I'm like, oh my God, dude. You fought people in rings. You opened for national touring bands. You recorded original albums. Like, you did all these things in your life. You had a really good life. And there's kids out there that are dying that'll never experience any of those things. And you're feeling sorry for yourself. And man, that tore me down like deep inside. And I'm like, I'm never gonna feel sorry. Like they will say, I've never seen a wild thing sorry for itself. A bird could sit frozen and dead on a bough and will have never felt sorry for itself. And so that's what straightened me out a little bit, man. I thought about that a little bit. I'm not gonna feel sorry for myself. How dare I? Like, I got nothing to be sorry about. You know what? If you go, you go. But I'm a rocket ship, brother. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm a meteorite. Yeah. I'm a comet flying across the sky. And so are you and everybody else. And if you were there and you saw it, great. And you know what? If you're too lazy to come out, or you didn't care, or it didn't matter, then guess what? Don't come back later and say, oh, well, I wish I could have. You could have. Yeah. You either saw it or you didn't.
I don't.
Yeah. It's one time through. And that's what shows are. That's what pro wrestling matches are.
Yeah.
Every match is different. People know, oh, it's the same match every night. No, it ain't. And it ain't. It's the same set list it ain't. Even if it's the same set list, that is not the same show.
Right.
Every show is unique. Things that happen, things that people do, even if it's exactly the same set list performed by the exact same people, things happen that are different at each show.
Yep.
And that's what makes the memories, man, is going out and like being a part of that. Otherwise, you can watch a video of it, but you know what? You weren't there.
Yeah.
And it's never quite the same as like being there, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. All right, so I didn't expect this interview to get so emotional, man, but
hey, it's okay.
Yeah.
That's what life is about, Keith.
For sure. It's
about emotion. That's what music is about, because that's where it comes from. And when it's good, it comes from the heart, right?
Yeah.
Because you're going to be gone someday. I'm going to be gone.
Yeah.
How do you want to be remembered? Do you want to be remembered like you did something cool for somebody? Or like, I want to be remembered as like, that guy was the craziest son of a bitch I ever met. But he was so cool, and he would do anything for everybody. And that's why we loved him.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
And that's that.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Whew. All right, man. So let's look at the future, man.
The future?
Yeah, what do you got going on? Where are you going from here, brother?
Well, I don't know, man. It's hard to say what the future is what we make it, right? The old Terminator line, the future is what we make
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I want to keep writing and creating music. I want to try to travel a little bit further away from Wisconsin now and perform and meet new people like that. That's one thing about our band that has really surprised me a lot is as time has gone and music has gone out there, the messages I've got from people are probably things that mean the most to me. And it could be even from strangers like, hey man, I was really depressed and I heard your song in my darkest hour. And, because of you today, I didn't give up. And I think that, I might be able to continue this journey of life. And which is why we wrote that song, why I wrote the lyrics I did to it, because I had my own depression issues from getting divorced and thinking that nothing would ever, nothing's ever going to work out for me. And I still sometimes think about this today as a musician. Sometimes in my heart, I feel like I don't think that anything that I ever did will ever like matter to anybody other than me. And that's a lie, but that's the lie that we all tell ourselves, right? Like, what did I ever do in this life? Well, you can affect people in such a profound way and through music that you may have never even met them and altered the course of their history forever. And that's something that, like, wow, man, what an awesome thing. What a great gift. What a great pleasure to be a part of it.
Oh, brother, I appreciate you coming on and talking with me. This has been so cool. I think we're going to wrap the podcast up on that note.
Yeah.
It's a good note to end on, man. So
I agree, man. And, if you want to get together again, we could talk about more like pro wrestling stuff or martial arts stuff. Because, man, I really do love martial arts. Like, martial arts is something that saved my life.
As much as I thought we were going to, but.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many other avenues of things we can talk about. And
yeah, for sure.
We can do that. We can do that for another time, right? Like, or talk about more stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we've been going now for almost an hour, so it's man. So yeah, but I appreciate you coming on, man. And I always want to thank Tyler Martin and ME Studios. I couldn't do this without him. He's the technical guy, and I just sit here and talk and listen. So
thanks, Tyler. I appreciate you doing all this stuff for me and Keith.
Yeah,
it's awesome that you were able to be a part of this and help us to do something cool. And this is how people remember this moment in time. Maybe they can glean something from this or learn something from this that will help them in their journey.
Man, I was engaged. I was fully engaged in this conversation, man. So hopefully,
me too, dude.
Yeah, hopefully other people will too.
I'm glad. Like, this was a good time to hop off. Otherwise, like, we'd be here 2 or 3 hours later, and then you'd have to ask me, like, Mickey, does your train of thought have a caboose? I'm like, I don't know.
All right, brother. Is there anything you want to plug real quick before we go, or?
No, man. I just want to tell you thanks, Keith, for everything, and that I appreciate you, man. I love you, and stick and move, buddy. Keep your head on a swivel, bob and weave, and don't let them get you, man.
Yeah, brother. All right, thanks, brother.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, later, brother.
Take care.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith. And our guest today is the author of the book, Two Swords, One Stone, the owner of the WrestlingBehindRingside.com website. He is the creator and host of the WBR Power Hour and the Rising Bands podcast, as well as the creator of the Trading Battle Cards game. Welcome, Archie Coghlan. Man, you are one busy guy. I think you're the most diverse person we've had on the podcast so far. So very cool, man.
Yeah, not bad for a blind guy, right?
You know, man. So, what did you start out doing first? Because you've obviously got a lot going on here. What was your first creative venture that you did there?
My book is the first thing that I started.
Okay.
With.
And
So
what? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I actually come up with that story in a dream. I mean, I would just go to sleep at night and dreaming,
Oh, wow.
and the story was just coming to me. So, yeah. So it took me 5 years to write that book, and it's the first book of 3. So there's 2 more still to come.
And what made you decide to actually write it down and turn it into a book? Like, where did that idea come from?
That came from always being creative and just wanting to aspire to do more.
Okay.
Because in middle school, 5th grade, I did a writing short story contest and won first place.
Nice.
And
Nice.
since that story, I can't even remember it to today, but
Right.
that kind of piqued my interest there. And I was like, well, okay, well, maybe if I'm ever able to write anything again, I'm going to want people to know about it and share it. So,
Sure. Yeah, that kind of got the spark going.
yeah.
So, from there, you ventured off into other things. Was the podcast next? Was it the wrestling podcast or the music podcast, or where'd you go from there?
From there, I started doing a podcast called Wrestling Behind Ringside, which was my very first podcast.
Okay.
And because I was having to pay my host, like, I think it was $50 a month or $100 a month.
Sure.
That kind of ended quickly because,
Right.
Money wasn't coming in as fast as it was going out.
Yeah, I think the good thing about the way things are set up now, you can put your stuff on iTunes or Spotify for free, and they're the most popular sites. And then that can give you some time to build it on your own. You can promote stuff and you give yourself time to grow. All it really takes is time. It's a lot easier nowadays for people to create and get it out to the world. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But in the early days, it definitely cost money, and it was a lot harder than it is now.
Yeah. And that's why my company is called WrestlingBehindRingside.com.
Okay.
Because that was the second step of the adventure, was starting the website.
Okay.
And then
I was just going to ask, what kind of content is on the website?
there's blogs that I've done on there. There's even a short story that I did on there where I wrote out a full matchup with me versus somebody else, and I was going underneath the name of Blind Heart.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can find that under there, and then there's just some other random.
Okay, and it all kind of comes back around to writing, even the wrestling stuff. You're still
Yes.
writing.
Yeah. In fact, I'm actually working on some wrestling books right now on the side of the
Awesome.
Tucson saga.
That's
So,
awesome.
uh,
Are they going to be biography type deals or like history of wrestling, or what are you looking at doing there?
it's actually going to be fantasy wrestling books. It's going to be like each book that's going to be 12 in a series.
Okay.
And one book is going to be like 1 hour of programmed wrestling that you would see on TV.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah.
So,
I read wrestling books. I read, and I don't just read the biographies and the behind the scenes type stuff. I read the fiction too. So, um, that could be really fun, man. I'd be interested in checking those out for
oh yeah,
sure.
got some great. I got 16 great characters to start off with, plus a bunch of side characters for referees and
Nice.
announcers and all that. So, you know, but
And
that's
you obviously have a passion for wrestling, and you can tell when you're reading a book that's based on wrestling, whether it's written by somebody who really understands and who loves wrestling, as opposed to somebody who's just putting wrestling elements into a different story. You know, I think you can
yeah.
tell.
I mean,
So
each matchup in the book is actually being told by the announced commentators.
awesome. That sounds
So,
cool.
uh, so it's not like the story that you'd find on my blog
Right.
where it was being told by me in the ring going through the match,
Okay.
but it's being told from a different set of eyes.
Okay. And so the Rising Bands podcast, how did that come about?
That was pure accidental. So a good friend of mine from high school, his name is Kevin Durr, and he used to play with 12 Stones back in
Oh,
2001, 2002. He was their
okay.
bass player.
Okay.
And
12 Stones is kind of a big band.
yeah, they played We Are One for Nexus.
Nice. Nice.
So
I remember they had a song on the Daredevil soundtrack.
yes.
That's cool.
No, actually they didn't. It
Oh, they
was
weren't on the Daredevil soundtrack?
no, Paul was, but not the whole band.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it was only Paul doing the male singing to Wake Me Up, Bring Me to Life.
Right. The Evanescence tune. Yeah. 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 That's right.
That's
That's
it.
what it was.
Yeah. So, but me knowing him, and then he got he had a new band going. They just recently broke up here at the beginning of this year. It was called Undivided Band, but with rock music, country, and a rap singer.
Okay. Interesting.
So
That's an interesting mashup.
yeah, and they're dude, they're great.
Sounds cool.
But it was hard for them to get it off the ground, and so they, just decided to go their own way. But that is what it is.
Okay.
But in the process of me trying to book a wrestling event, and at this event, I wanted live music. I managed to contact my friend, and he hooked me up with his agent's phone number. Well, the event didn't take place, so that flopped out.
Right.
And then,
In there.
but then an opportunity arose, so I called the agent. Was like, "Hey, if I started a podcast interviewing singers, you think you could hook me up with something?" He's like, "Yeah, I got 14, 15 people I could hook you up with." So he started lining me up singers, and
That's awesome.
often I don't find a lot of them because I have to go and find them now myself.
Right.
But, I've had great interviews. Some of them have come back to do a second interview with me, uh, such as the Amos, who won last year's New Rock Group of the Year for the uh, uh, God, the I can't remember what award it was. The
You said Llamas? I think I've heard of that band.
no Amos.
Oh,
A,
Amos. Oh, okay.
yeah,
I was just
A
thinking Llamas was like a alternative rock band in the 90s. But okay, so Amos.
yeah, ALMAS.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Um,
I'll have to check them out.
Definitely a great band. Got great songs out there, um, including two of my favorites, which is Toxic, and Superman. So
Nice.
as
Nice.
as well as some songs that would go great in WWE today,
Nice.
such as Crowns, Burnout, and Cage.
Very cool. So what's been the most interesting story that you think you've heard interviewing bands on your podcast?
The most crazy story that I've actually heard is from Vivid and Boger when I was interviewing Aaron Scott, the lead singer. And just from out of the left side, he just comes in, he starts talking about how he does human suspension while
Oh,
singing. So it's like, what? He's
yeah.
like, yeah, dude, and they stick these hooks that are like, as thick as a pin in my back and hoist me up, swing me around, and I'm like, God.
Yeah, that's something, man. The concentration that you would have to be able to do that and sing at the same time, like,
Yeah.
oops, that's something, man. Jeez.
So, but yeah, he's pretty cool. He's been
Yeah.
on my podcast twice. Unfortunately, the second time I didn't realize my iCloud was running out of room. And so it just completely stopped recording on me. So,
Oh, man. Yeah.
But yeah, we got the main reason why you come on the podcast up there. So
Good. Yeah, we have to rely on technology, unfortunately, man. Our first podcast we tried to do, we couldn't get it going, so we missed recording our first 2 episodes. Had to reschedule them. So now we're recording 3 episodes next week to catch up on the 2 episodes that we missed. It's just it can get kind of crazy relying on computers and data and whatever else to keep things going, but where we're at. So
well, and I know I didn't mention this to you earlier, but I'm also a Special Olympics silver medalist for bowling.
oh, excellent, man. That's really, really, really cool. I'm a big supporter of the Special Olympics. I think it's important that everybody has an opportunity to shine, and that's awesome, man.
So yeah, I've won trophies and then I won a silver medal. So yeah,
That's very cool. What's the Special Olympics experience like? What's that whole thing like?
It's pretty awesome, especially with the bowling. You know, my wife is my assistant. She takes me up, she lines me up where I need to be, gives me the ball, walks away. I bowl it, and I can hit strikes. I can pick up spares.
Awesome.
I bowl somewhere between a 115 and a 150.
Okay. It's better than me, probably. I don't even know my bowling score, so that's awesome, man.
But here the last several times that I bowled, I went up against people that were in 2 to 250 range.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and it's like, okay, yeah, they're better, but
Yeah. It happens.
yeah,
There's always somebody,
yeah.
always somebody a little bit better than you. Now, as far as this card game, the Trading Battles game, how exactly did that come about, and what exactly, like, how do you play? Where is it available? Like, that sounds pretty cool.
Okay, well, it's not available yet.
Okay.
It's still being worked on. It's probably going to take about 2 years for me to get it out there.
Okay.
Um, but it's me and my daughter working on it together. She's doesn't live with me, so it's a lot of phone communication there. But she's giving me the points that the card should have, and then I'm doing all the descriptions, and then my wife is going to be putting the pictures on.
Nice. So it's like a whole family.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Like,
Um,
the whole family being creative together. That's pretty awesome.
yeah, it's going to be called Jurassic Battle.
Okay.
Because we're dealing with dinosaurs.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Have you thought about once the concept's all together and stuff, doing a Kickstarter, maybe to help fund it and get it printed up and get it out there?
Yeah. I mean, once I get all the cards ready to print and everything, and I mean, what I'm gonna do is get to like the first 100 dinosaur cards.
Okay.
And as many attack cards and block cards and some lab cards.
Yeah, that sounds fun, man.
That you're gonna need for the extra stuff. Once I get all of them done, then I'm gonna get Kickstarter to kick in and do that. But there's also something special about these trading cards game that I'm doing with my daughter, and that's we're gonna have 2 different plastic coins that you can find in a pack.
Okay.
One of them it's going to be a silver coin, but it's going to be TC on the back of it, which is treasure coin.
Okay.
And automatically that's going to start at like $5 retail. So if you want to sell it off to somebody, it's worth $5.
Very
and
cool.
it's going to go up 5% every year.
Nice.
Nice. And then there's going to be a gold one called Super Gold. And that's going to start off at like $10. If you find one, you'll have the worth of $10. And then it's going to increase 10% of it.
Nice.
And we're only going to be releasing 100 of each.
Sure. So make it limited, and that makes it more valuable, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. So and there'll be certain dinosaurs on certain ones too. So out of the 100, there's going to only be 10 dinosaurs.
Wow. Okay, cool. So I didn't mention this at the beginning, but I'm one of the co-hosts of the WBR Power Hour. So I'm sure you'll keep me up on the game, because once it gets going, I'll help you spread the word for sure.
Oh, definitely. And speaking of WBR Power Hour, I did check the numbers before getting on today.
Okay.
We are at total 522 downloads.
Nice.
That's
heck yeah.
That's all times. That's from the time that I started in 2019 to today.
Well, still growing, man. That's
Yep. Now
that's awesome.
The last 7 days we've gotten 14 downloads.
Okay.
Which is good, because I hadn't been getting that before that. So
right. We just kind of started back up. So
yeah,
that's awesome, man.
and the Spotify impressions are at 43.
Nice. So we'll keep growing. It'll, just like this podcast is growing, WBR is going to keep growing, and yeah. So now you mentioned earlier that you're blind and that you've competed in the Special Olympics. I'm wondering what kind of personal challenges you've had to face as a creator and just as a person, whether it's from your disability or from other things.
Well,
and how did you overcome those?
Well, back in my 20s, I was sexually assaulted twice.
Wow.
And I'm just now recently receiving therapy for that.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's actually been going well enough that I'm actually making a big step coming out on podcast and talking to people about it. So just don't ask me any details
Of course not. Yeah.
you know.
Absolutely not.
But that has helped my creative writing, because when I'm doing a match or in my book, like the secrets of the stone is the book that I'm writing now. That is the second book, the Two Swords, One Stone.
Yeah.
So all the battle scenes and the kill scenes, I'm able to, put my anger into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, in Two Swords, One Stone, there's a Stone Cold Stunner in that book.
Nice.
So yeah, as well as a Sweet Chin Music, a 619, and a bunch of other stuff that harpens back to my love of wrestling. So
Sure.
Even the X sign from DX. So
nice.
So I lost my eyesight from advanced glaucoma in 2012. In 2010, they told me I had the advanced glaucoma. So within 2 years, I've lost my eyesight. And the first year was my roughest year ever. My mother's daughter actually left me once I went blind. So yeah, I was stuck out on a tree by myself, pretty much.
Man. But seems like you found a good woman now who not only is with you in a personal relationship, but also helps you out with all your creative endeavors, man. So I'm glad that worked out for you.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome.
She does give me a hard time sometimes, but
Yeah.
what wife doesn't,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
But if I can harken back to a question that you asked me earlier about Rising Band's pod, one of this, a story that I had heard from a band that I've interviewed.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Well, I was interviewing Closure, and they spell it CLOZURE.
Okay.
And they had just decided to get the final piece that they needed for the band, which was the bass player. So he was being signed, and they were on the phone with him, on a video conference with him, congratulating him on being signed to the band. He's hanging out in his hot tub, drinking a beer, when all of a sudden his wife starts yelling. So he's like, "Y'all hang on, I gotta go fight a bear." And they're like, "What?" So all of a sudden, he's showing them the video. He's got the video all set up so that they can see what he's doing. and he's literally fighting a black bear that's in his Jeep.
Holy crap.
So
That, man, okay, that's badass and super dangerous. Like, wow.
yeah,
Man.
so I was like, so me being a big wrestling fan like I am, I'm like, I don't even think
Yeah.
Stone Cold would wrestle a black bear.
Right. I think back in the
And
day, the bears that they used to wrestle were trained. You know, that was the whole
yeah,
big gimmick of wrestling trained bears, but just a wild one getting in your Jeep, I'm pretty sure I'd call the cops or break out a rifle, one or the other. Man.
no, he went out there and he was like, "Come on," and he's like, he he pretty much put him in a headlock and drug him out the Jeep,
Lord.
kicked him in the butt.
That is wild, man. Jeez.
So yeah, you know,
Wow.
you said it wasn't the first. You know, they said that wasn't the first time. So,
Man, that's crazy, man.
but
I guess they get hungry, you know, come looking for food.
yeah, he had something back there in the back of his Jeep that
Yeah.
had some sort of food or something in it, I believe. So,
Gotcha.
you know, I think it was his lunch box.
Yeah,
He had
sure.
just got home from work,
Yeah.
so he was like,
He's
"I'm
like, hey,
hungry."
bologna sandwich.
Yeah, right. So,
Man. So with everything that you've been through, and you know, all the ups and downs and not just life, but with you know, with the creative path, what keeps you going? Like what makes you still want to do the podcast and write these books and you know, work on the card game, and just it seems like you always have some ideas cooking. Like what keeps the ideas coming and what keeps you going?
well, it's actually two things. Number one, it's my daughter and my wife.
All right.
Just wanting to do more for them. And number two is I really don't like sitting around getting paid a government standard check every month.
Yeah.
And in order for me to be able to get off that check, I've got to make a lot of money.
Right.
And so I'm striving to make a lot of money.
There you go. All right, brother. So I want to thank you, first of all, for letting me be a part of the WBR podcast. It's so much fun. I think now that we've got Brent on the show too, we're going to have some great conversations, man, and have fun talking about wrestling. I think it's going to be awesome.
Definitely. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, we're in 5 countries.
We did what now?
We're in 5 countries.
Oh, excellent. That's super cool, man. Nice. Yeah, international fans are really cool to pick up because they're super devoted. I know when I was running World's Finest Wrestling, there were fans in Germany and Australia who would watch us religiously on IWTV. So yeah, if you can get some international fans, they will tune in and week out for sure.
Where they're starting to come in from Canada, Bogadash, Germany, and God, it's not Saudi. It starts with a P.
Persia?
No,
Oh, okay.
Pakistan.
Pakistan. Nice. Okay, cool. I was just trying to think of countries that started with a P. I don't even know if Persia's a country, to be completely honest. I'm bad with countries and continents. I get them mixed up all the time.
But our biggest supporter, other than the United States, is Germany.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool German fans. The guy who runs the Cage Match website is actually from Germany, and he is so into wrestling, man. He loves Midwest wrestling. He said there's just something about it, and that's not the first person who I've heard say that. Like, I don't know what it is about the wrestling out here. But if you look, a lot of guys from Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan end up in the big time. So there is something happening out here in the Midwest, man. We've got some really good wrestling going on out here. But
Y'all being corn fed. That's what
there
it
you
is.
go. There you go. But yeah, so man, thank you so much for coming on. And if there's anything you want to say before we hop off, the floor is yours.
Well, for those of you who are listening, you can follow me at on Facebook on Wrestling Behind Ringside, or you can follow me or friend request me at Archie Coghlan.
Right.
On X at Cowboy Archie WBR. And for my 2 podcasts, you can go and search them up. WBR Power Hour, Rising Bands Pod. And other than that, that's about it. I want to thank you for having me on. I look forward to being back on whenever I have some new stuff. Because like I said, I am working on some other books. So whenever they're ready to go, I would love to come on, talk about them, and push those out.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, man. So yeah, I already thanked you, but thank you again, Archie. This has been a really cool conversation. You've had an awesome life, man, and you're just getting started. So it's cool to hear about it. And as always, thank you, Tyler Martin, for and Emmy Studios for making this happen. If you guys need any production work, he also does live production. He records live events too. So if you guys need it, hop on Facebook, look up Tyler Martin, look up Emmy Studios. You will not be disappointed. The guy works hard, and I think I'm a pretty easygoing person, but at the same time, I have stuff that needs to be done, and Tyler always gets it done for me. So
awesome.
Yeah,
well,
for sure.
He did a great job for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So until next week, man, thank you for watching the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith, and we are here with a man who wears many hats. He is a producer and a director of films, a comedian, a podcaster, an author, a master of ceremonies, a professional wrestling ring announcer. Did I mention podcaster? If I haven't, he's also a podcaster. Mr. Flobo Boyce, welcome to the show. We appreciate you taking the time out of your day to do this.
Absolutely, brother. You got a podcast called Most Excellent. I got to see what it's all about,
Right on. One other thing that I want to throw out there real quick. We were supposed to be back in the studio this week. Unfortunately, Tyler is a little under the weather. So we decided that I would just shoot the remote from my house once again. So I appreciate him even stepping up and being here to record this for us and, do all the editing afterwards and all that good stuff, because he's not feeling well. So probably in a couple weeks, because we're shooting a couple episodes today, but in a couple weeks we'll be back in the studio, which is a very cool setting. This is just kind of me in the bedroom with a blurry background. But you know, you do what you got to do to get the information out there and to get this done. So
before we hit record, we're talking about thankless jobs. There is no thankless job than post. So look, I was a post person when I was in grad school, when I was in film school, and long hours and dark rooms, man.
Definitely. Yeah, and I mean, I pay him, but I don't pay him nearly enough. So you know, I appreciate it, man. He's really doing this to get us out there and to get to just I mean, this was all my idea. And he's a producer, he's a talented guy, but he's allowing me to do something that I think is important, which is explore the creative journey of creative people, you know. And I think it's cool to get that out there and let people know that you don't give up no matter what, you know. There's a reason that we're all doing this, you know, whether it's waking up every morning or whether it's doing all the amazing things that you've done. It's all amazing, you know. It's
yeah, absolutely, brother.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, you have done several things. So the way that we like to start things out is we start at the beginning. So where
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a whole journey here. So what was your first creative endeavor?
Wow, first creative endeavor. Okay, yeah. So when I was in high school, I was a finance guy. I was going to be a finance person for the rest of my career. I was growing up in New York. That was kind of like a dedicated path, right? Everyone just thought if you handled money, you'll make money. When I went to undergrad in Florida at a liberal arts college, there weren't many finance classes, but I really wanted to do communication. And I'm not really sure what that was at the time. I just thought TVs and doing industrial commercials, but I learned news gathering. I learned journalism. I learned about finding interesting stories in the neighborhood that my college was at. And that to me was the first like brush with creativity. But in the back of my head, being a performer was always something I wanted to do, but I was too shy at the time. And so being able to find a kooky character, like say a motorcycle, not gang, but most like a group leader who's also a barber and making that into a kind of a funny news story was like the first time I could like really sink my teeth in something creative.
Awesome. So was the behind the scenes stuff like the producing and the directing, was that what you did first, or
Absolutely. So when I was a kid, I wanted to be an actor.
Gotcha.
And I'm of a certain age. So if you remember, the Power Rangers were having their second movie called Turbo, and they were doing this giant like casting call to find the next Kid Ranger. Because for those who don't know about Power Rangers, that was the one where the kid like morphs into a teenager. I thought that was going to be my dream, and I didn't get it. But of course, at that age, you're like, what? But I was also very shy. I had terrible acne. I was also a heavy set kid. So when I was 17, 18, I just thought, well, I wasn't going to be in front of the camera at all. And so my parents, who were immigrants, didn't quite understand what it meant to be an actor performer, but it was a much easier sell to say, oh, I'll be an editor because I'll be working with the computers. I'll be a writer. I'll be working with other people who are scientists in their field, quote unquote. And that kind of was like my entry into the whole process.
Gotcha. Okay. So did you do the producing or the directing first? Because I always think producing is interesting because that's kind of where you help fund the film. Is that sort of how the producing deal works?
In film, yes. A film producer is someone that usually secures the funding or has some creative input. In news gathering, producing is more like it's your concept and you tell somebody, make me 8 minutes about this. Go.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. It was so I very recently started listening to a lot of music podcasts, and this is just another side of producing, I guess. But I had no idea what the producer for an album does.
Oh yeah. for sure.
And apparently what they do is they just go, yeah, that sounds good. This doesn't sound good. This should sound a little more like this. They kind of direct traffic, but the engineer is the one who actually puts the sound together, and then the mixer is the one who finishes it. But then the producer kind of has an overview of everything.
Oh yeah,
And, yeah, and that's
role bloat, right? Because if you're in your
yeah,
bedroom, you're doing it all.
interesting job, man. You and I guess that's why producers always get a certain sound. So when you were producing movies, did you look for a certain kind of movie to produce, or were you just sort of trying to get your fingers in a lot of different pots? Like, how did that work out?
So when you start off with anything, you do something that you're passionate about, right? You're like, oh man, this is a cool story. How do we get the funds to do it? How can we work with other people? But I think it ended up evolving into a brand, right? After you do it a couple times, there's just certain projects you gravitate towards. If you're a horror person or a genre person, or if you want to do stories for a certain demographic or what have you. For me, it was definitely general interest. So when I was in film school, there was this worship of like the Pulp Fictions and like the kind of like the Kiss Kiss Bang Bangs. And so I did like counter programming. Like I looked out for general comedies, general dramas, family dynamics, just because it was the opposite of what was going on at the time.
Right. Cool. So trying to keep the other genres alive, sort of.
Yeah. I mean, I love the stuff they were doing. It was just kind of like, why put yourself in a pool that's already crowded, right?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And so what's the experience like directing a film?
Yeah. So when it comes to the movie process, it is a lot arduous than people think it is. They think of sitting in the director's chair and be like, oh, put this and that, and then make that happen. But you're basically a CEO of the movie company, right? The buck stops with you, but you answer to other people. So in this case, if you're doing film, you answer to the producers who secured you the funding of why you're not on budget, why you're not on time. But the actual mechanics of directing is that you get your actors and then you rehearse with them and you do the blocking to make sure they are making the script come to life. So that could be very exhilarating and thrilling. What's not thrilling is when you have a shot list for that day and the assistant director goes, yeah, we can't be here for more than 40 minutes. So either do it or skip it or collapse some shots or what have you.
Right. So, you said that you were shy as a kid, and that's kind of why you decided to go more towards the behind the scenes thing. Other than, it was also a good move for convincing your parents to allow you to be a creative person. So I actually tried my hand at. Do you do stand up, or do you just do or do you do comedic roles? Like what is?
Oh, I am not an actor. I do stand up. I have 2 stand up specials available now on Spotify. So stand up's my thing.
Awesome. So because everywhere I looked, I just saw comedian, and I was like, okay, there's so many different kinds of comedians. Yeah. So I actually tried my hand at stand up.
Oh, how'd it go?
Because I think I'm a funny guy. I mean, it didn't go well.
It's not supposed to go well.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be terrible the first 5 years you do it. Yeah.
Right. And so much of stand-up comedy is in the delivery. And I'm just wondering how you transitioned from a shy kid to someone who was capable of standing up in front of people.
Yeah.
And how did that process work out?
Well, if you did I feel bad telling the story a lot, but I do think it's important. Like it definitely changed my life. So I was a heavy kid. When I was in my mid-20s, I weighed 375 pounds. Just for context, that's a 6 extra large shirt and a 56 waist pants, right? I was a biggin. And I started going to the gym and working out, and I lost 150 pounds. And doing that, it's great, but I had a bunch of loose skin, right, everywhere. I still have pockets of loose skin. It's kind of gross, but it's my body, whatever. I got the surgery to get the skin removed. It's called an amnioplasty or tummy tuck or a fleur-de-lis tummy tuck. So I have a scar that runs from my chest down to the boys and my waist, right? It's a giant inverse T.
Wow.
After that surgery, I had a complication where my suture line had reopened up. And one night, 4 days after my surgery, I was bleeding out of my couch. I mean, the wound was like that long, right? 4 inches long, about an inch and a half wide gash. So blood's just pouring out, and I think I'm going to die. And it's funny when you have a near-death experience, you freak out like, oh my gosh, and then to the point where you don't. Like anyone who's ever hit rock bottom or is close to ODing will tell you, it's like you get to a point where you're like, I'm okay with whatever
Yeah.
happens. And
Yeah.
I had some regrets. I said I wish I had more money. I wish I made out with more girls, But the
Yeah.
big regrets I had, funnily enough, was you never tried stand-up comedy and you never tried to ride a motorcycle. And I said at the time, if I survive this, I'll find a way to do those. And so my mom showed up. I was bleeding out. We did like a wet compress. The blood had congealed in place, basically making a block. So I didn't bleed out. I woke up the next day and I looked for motorcycle classes. And then 6 months later, for my birthday, my girlfriend at the time gave me a Groupon for a comedy class. And so I started doing comedy through a class. I know some OGs are like, oh man, no, don't do classes. Go out there and do it. But I didn't do a class
Yeah. Hey.
because I was like, well, how do I start? Right. I'm in LA, but how do I start? But the reason why I started it was once you see death and you're like, oh man, I'm close to doing it, you really don't care anymore. So I was like, I gotta try it now because I can get hit by a bus tomorrow. So that's and it's been 10 years. August 2014 was my first show. And it's been a journey ever since.
Awesome, man. That is awesome. Now, it's funny because I had always assumed like all of my favorite comedians wrote their own stuff. But then I saw like Chris Rock barely writes any of his jokes, or at least in the 90s, he barely wrote any of his jokes. Like I got a couple of his CDs and all the jokes were written by other people. And that kind of made me kind of realize that a lot of being a stand-up comedian isn't about writing the jokes. He still approves the jokes, and he's still, like I said, so much of it is about the delivery. You can tell the funniest joke in the world, and if it doesn't land, it's, there'll be a couple people who will laugh because it's the funniest joke in the world. But
yeah.
But do you have people who you collaborate with, or do you write everything on your own?
So the short answer to that question first, I write all my jokes myself because I'm not famous yet, right? What happens is when you hit a certain level, there's certain comedians that have a writer's room, like Conan was like that, right? You will go in and the guy would submit a joke and you go, yes, no, yes, no. But what happens if you're like someone who is their own brand, their own voice, and they're touring, they have people they call to bounce jokes off of. So I call my brother and I go, yo, I got some jokes. We think this is pretty funny, and he's okay. But you get to a certain level, once you call someone and go, I'm working on something. What do you think? They go, well, try this, and I want my writer's credit because you use my influence.
Gotcha.
So there are some people who have structured writer teams. I'm not knocking that because, hey, they got more money than I do. But almost everyone has that small core of people that they ask and they bounce jokes off of. But if you're making millions of dollars, they want to cut too. And so that's why you'll say co-written by, whatever. But I would say 95% of the jokes I have are just me. And the other 5 is my brother goes, hey, how about that? You remember that last time that happened? You're like, oh yeah.
Nice. Awesome. So pro wrestling. I am wearing a shirt from my old pro wrestling promotion. I was a wrestling promoter for years. I've actually done a lot of stuff in the wrestling business.
Heck yeah.
So how did you get involved in wrestling? Was that kind of a love of it, and just how did that go?
I actually write about this in my book because it's so stupidly random how I got into it. So lifelong fan. I'm from New York, and so that's a big part of it because my local federation was a World Wrestling Federation. So I know, I had to get to learn WCW and Georgia South a little bit later. I always wanted to do it. I was also very, very heavy, so I know I couldn't do it. But back in 2010, I had just graduated film school. And of course, I didn't have a job because no one wants to hire directors. And I went to SummerSlam that year. That was in Los Angeles. And I saw a guy giving out flyers. I thought it was a dude giving out flyers. And I said, hey, look, it's always been my dream to be a ring announcer. Could I have an opportunity? He goes, oh, yeah, sure. didn't notice at the time, but it was John Ian, rest his soul, who was a promoter of Mach 1 wrestling in Anaheim. And I went from Glendale to Anaheim, which is literally north to south, cross county,
Oh
every
man.
Friday for months looking for this opportunity. And then 3 months in, I won't forget, it was like the second week in November. And I go, John, I don't want to wait. I want to pay my dues, but I don't want to waste your time. Am I even going to get a chance? Then I'll keep coming. If I'm not, then forget it. And he's like, hey man, thanks for being forward. We're going to let you be the backstage interviewer. And a backstage interviewer for an independent wrestling promotion isn't nearly as glamorous as what's happening
Yeah,
on Monday
yeah,
and Thursday
yeah.
night. You're like, hey, what do you think? And these guys who are so green, they're like, I'm going to beat you up tomorrow. You're like, there you have it. So I hated it, but it got me in the door. So I did that. One time a guy couldn't make it on commentary, so I said, I'll do it. And I became a commentator, which is great because you're on commentary, but that also means you're a part of ring crew, which wasn't as great. And then towards the end, I actually got a chance to ring announce a couple of times, and that was a lot of fun too. So the answer to your question was I just took a flyer from a wrestling show and just did not disappear. I came back week in and week out and wore them down.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Ring crew is the most thankless job in wrestling. Half the time, those guys don't even get paid.
Mhm.
They're just killing themselves, And if the ring doesn't get set up on time, you do not have a show.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's thankfully now I think that stuff is changing a little bit as far as the lack of pay. Like I feel like everybody gets a few bucks at least now, but it's not what people think. Independent wrestling is a different animal, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Because you can't charge mom and pop $60 for a ticket, like if you're
Right.
if you're in
Yeah.
the hood, right? So
Yeah, for sure. So just a little aside, because growing up in New York, did you have WPIX?
yeah, New York's movie station.
Yeah, were they still showing the AWA then, or was the AWA over at that point?
It was pretty much over. So I got into wrestling in about 93.
Gotcha.
So it was kind of
like
gone.
the very end of it. Yeah. Because that was actually my first introduction really to pro wrestling. Was the AWA NWA All-Star show that they used to do on WPIX. So even though I grew up in New York, but upstate, but even though I grew up in New York, I saw Midwest wrestling first.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And I've been in love with the wrestling out here ever since. So it was kind of cool to move out here and be a part of it. And people don't expect that. They expect more of a story like you. Oh, you grew up in New York, you grew up on WWF, and yes, but
right.
I also, my first exposure was the Freebirds and the High Flyers and that, so it's a different deal. So that's pretty cool. So you've mentioned your book a few different times. What I tried writing a book. It's hard.
Yes,
it's really hard. Like grouping it together, especially. I'm assuming yours is a nonfiction book.
The last one is, yes.
Okay, so writing a nonfiction book, especially like just remembering stuff. I mean, what was that process like? Like, how did you? What made you decide to do it? Because it's impossible. And how did you actually accomplish it? Like,
I wrote my nonfiction book out of spite because I consider myself a fiction writer first.
Yep.
So if you ask, okay, you're a comedian, you're a master of ceremony, you're a podcaster, broadcaster, what do you describe yourself? I describe myself as a writer first. But my last book, my last novella, Pay the Vig, which was a Vegas story, did so poorly that even my mom was like, this ain't it, champ. And I was like, damn, and I was going to quit. I was like, look, if I'm selling a product that no one's buying, then it's time to go. So it's a pandemic, and I decided to say, hey, look, if I'm going to quit writing, I'm going to write a book of all my failures, chapter for chapter, of all the things I've done as an adult, all the things that were bad, and say this would be the last book I ever did. And that was called Graduation Day, because in theory, I was graduating from writing books because no one was buying them. Right. But calling it Graduation Day took me back to my college days when I graduated undergrad. And other undergrad schools had like Conan O'Brien and Oprah Winfrey and
Yeah.
Elon Musk or whatever. And we had the district manager of Walmart telling us how to achieve. And I said, this sucks. No disrespect to Walmart. I love Walmart over Target, but it was like, really? And so
Yeah.
the idea and concept came together of like all my failures as an adult. What would I tell someone who was graduating college? Their advice, real practical advice. And that became graduation day. So to answer your question, I think a lot of us sit down and go, I'm going to write a book about my life. And your life is so big. There's no structure. It's day in, day out, 24/7. You don't know where to start. You kind of forget details. And then the ones you don't forget, you come off as being better. But I think what made graduation day easy for me was, what would I tell a theoretical person about this? And I was like, okay, great. Like, what would be my thing about wrestling? What would be my advice
Yeah.
about starting a business? And that became the chapters, that became the books. Once you figure out who the audience is, it's easy peasy.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. So you mentioned also that you consider yourself more of a nonfiction writer than a
I think myself more fiction. Like graduation day was a,
more
was a
fiction. I'm
mistake.
sorry, I misspoke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't I'm trying to remember. Didn't you say that you were venturing into the world of comic books?
Yes, I had ventured before. I had a superhero book called Silver Streak, and then I had like a graphic novel called Legacy that was in this Indiana Jones vein. Talk about no one buying anything. So I was also burnt out because I didn't realize how niche comic books were. But I worked with my friend Andrew Maxwell and Max Davenport, and we have a new comic book called First Place Losers, which is like F1 meets Gundam, about this world in the future that actually races mechs on a circuit. So it's pretty cool to go back into that and build a whole world. I was actually in charge of more of the lore, so naming of the teams and the color schemes and the types of mechs has been a lot of fun.
That's awesome. Yeah, I am also a huge comic book fan. So,
Nice.
Yeah.
Who's your guy?
And
Do you have a guy? Who's your favorite character or superhero or?
my favorite character is Dick Grayson.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
himself.
easily. Yeah. Man, growing up, the New Teen Titans was probably the biggest comic book at the time. So, and I obviously knew him from Batman and Robin.
Sure.
But Marv Wolfman is such a talented writer, and he brought those characters to life. And honestly, to this day, as a 50-year-old man, I feel like Dick Grayson and Wally West are my friends. So it's a really cool thing. I actually wrote a comic book too that never got finished. So
no, yeah. Is it going to be finished soon or coming soon?
Oh, it was years ago. I had a roommate who was an artist, and man, I don't know. He was involved in movies too, and he wrote storyboards and stuff like that. So he was like, I can translate this to comic books, and so he wrote these giant storyboards, and they were beautiful. But we never finished. We just never finished. So I don't
always
know.
Time, brother. You still can do it.
Yeah, especially now, like with Kickstarter. I mean, you can practically produce your own stuff with Kickstarter. It's pretty cool. It's an interesting time for creative people between Kickstarter and Bandcamp and Spotify and this kind of stuff. We were actually talking to our last guest about he had to shut down his old podcast when he first started because it just got to be too much, like financially.
Mm-hmm.
But literally, like, this podcast costs me what I pay Tyler, and Tyler has his own equipment because he's a producer. So I'm sure he has a heavier investment than I do, but and then Tyler's time and my time and the guest's time. I mean, that is an amazing thing to think about. Like, there's an overload in some senses, but it's also very cool that people who are creative have so many outlets to get their stuff out there now.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate now we're in a downturn in our economy in the United States, of course. So there's always like, oh man, I see what you're doing. Can't help you, but keep on, playa.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Oh man. So this is just something funny. Last night I was watching the replay of NXT. I don't know if you caught that or not.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
have an NXT podcast.
Gotcha. So when they set up the tag team and the tag team match, and he said something about something playa.
Oh yeah.
The callback to Teddy Long, I thought that was cool. Yeah, I was like,
Holla
right
holla.
on. Yeah. Teddy Long was a big deal when I was like, the guy was around forever, So I grew up watching Teddy Long too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what number one Undertaker matches. So what's funny about our podcast, it's called Draped in Gold,
Yeah.
and we cover NXT. We do it in kayfabe. So that started because the Draped in Gold was a NXT UK show, and we wanted to like rag on things we didn't like, but we didn't want to be mean because nobody was really watching NXT UK. So my broadcast colleague Jack and I, we do it as if it's real. We go, "Oh, I can't believe that Lola Vice has lost 2 matches in a row. What's going through her mind?" Like it's just
Awesome. Like the old magazines, man.
Yeah.
I remember. So I don't know. Are you familiar with Liz Hunter?
No.
Okay, so she was a writer for Pro Wrestling Illustrated years ago. It was actually supposedly it was her concept to make the PWI 500.
Oh.
So supposedly she's the person who came up with that. That was the lore anyway. But she did an article where she went to Stan Hansen's ranch to get the recipe for his family chili, and he almost killed her. And that was written as like a serious piece that wrestling fans read, and they were like, Stan Hansen is crazy.
Right.
It was a 2-part piece in one of their magazines. And it's just like, man, the way that they framed that stuff, and just and as a 12-year-old kid, I was 100% in.
It seems plausible,
like,
right?
What's that, brother?
It seemed plausible, right? Old man's like, no, leave my chili alone.
Stan Hansen is nuts. I was like, man, Miss Hunter almost lost her life trying to get this chili recipe for Pro Wrestling Illustrated. This is crazy, man.
I remember reading the WWF magazine and then graduating over to Raw magazine, thinking I was like an intellectual. So I totally get that. The kayfabe versus not kayfabe.
Right. I remember, because Vince Russo was in charge of the Raw magazine at the time, I think, and he kind of tried to slip some stuff in there. And wasn't that around the time that WoW was big too, when the Raw magazine was coming out?
The first one, yeah.
Yeah, WoW was I remember when WoW came out, me and all my friends were it was like the internet before the internet, but it really wasn't. I mean, they still stuck with the storylines and stuff. They would just also talk about behind the scenes things.
I think because their photos were like way more raw. You're like, what's going on? Like Raven's bleeding on the cover? Like it's just
it's insane, man.
Yeah.
And it was a big deal. I remember Bill Apter writing the first editorial in that where he was talking about how he spent his whole life protecting the wrestling business, but now it was time to pull back the curtain. It was just like, whoa.
Yeah.
That was a big deal for him to put that in there. So that was pretty cool. So one thing that we've noticed kind of as a string through these podcasts, the guys from Kickstand Jenny, who was the first one that we did, their guitar player was ready to cash it in. He decided he was just going to write one more album. And once that album was finished, he wasn't going to make music anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But then that album ended up being the most successful thing he's ever done. And now Kickstand Jenny's working on an EP, and they might go on the road. Mickey Magnum from Wisconsin has cancer, and he lives with it every day because it's a radiation deal. Like he can't. It's not susceptible to radiation, so it has to be cut out every time he gets it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So every 6 months he goes in for a scan, and it could be the time when they tell him, it's in a place where we can't cut it out.
Mm-hmm.
Our last guest, Archie, has glaucoma. He has 1% vision. He went through a lot of personal stuff. And you've obviously had your challenges too, and your successes and your failures. So as a creative person, what what is it about? I don't want to throw myself into that category, but at the same time, I sort of am. Like, what do you think it is that keeps us going? Like, despite everything, like, why do you continue to create? Why do you continue to, because the successes and the highs, I mean, they're great, and then but there's also, it seems like some tragedy involved in everyone who is a creative person. And I mean, you have your own story too that we've heard today. So what is it that keeps you creating and throwing stuff out there in the world?
Yeah, that is a very valid question because you're right. I think about Hannah Gadsby when she had that last comedy special called Nanette, and people thought that was going to be the last one. She said it as much. She blew up, and she goes, "Oh, I'm making more." I think the sad and tragic part about what we do, and that's artists and creatives, is that the commerce, the money side is always going to be there. We can be about the art, we can be just about getting better, but we have to pay bills. And that is the biggest like shock to a lot of people, right? Even if you have a patron, those don't really exist anymore in the traditional sense. They pay you so you can create. So a lot of times we have like this voice or perspective and we go, listen, I gotta grow up. I gotta think about my kid or my body. I'm going to give up. But that kind of fuels us more to say, hey, look, we're on this boat in the middle of a dark ocean. One more flare, and I'm going to give up. All right, two more flares, and I'm going to give up. I think that's what pushes us a lot of times too. But I also think that we have to give ourselves a little bit of grace. Sometimes we stop things. Like right now, I had to do my last show, my comedy show in the spring. I'm not done, but I'm saying, look, this summer I want to focus on the comic book, focus on the podcast, and get back to it as well because we got to do things that generate revenue, and that's always going to be the balance left or right. We want to be like it's all about the craft, but all about the cash as well.
Yeah, it's funny because when we asked Archie about why he keeps going, because he's had a lot of challenges, but he has so much stuff going on. His answer was literally like, I am trying to make enough money, one, to get off Social Security because he's blind, so he's on Social Security, and two, to leave money for his wife and daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that I was just like, wow, that's real, like you have a creative spark and you feel like the creative spark is your best thing to put forward, I guess. But at the end of the day, money is important, and it's so Are you gonna put the comic book stuff out on Kickstarter, or do you guys already have financing for that? Like, how's that gonna go?
So a little bit, yes. So currently, First Place Losers is the name of the mech book. It's available now on Kickstarter. Got certified a project we love, which is great. But as far as financing it, and this is what I learned. The first time when I did Kickstarter, it was like, all right, if you guys give me the money, I'm gonna finish the book. And I don't think people are more inclined to jump on support that way. So
Yeah.
Max Davenport and Andrew Maxwell and myself, we put the money up. So the book is finished. The book is
Awesome.
finished now, but the Kickstarter is going to help us with printing and shipping. If we get
Awesome.
more, great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we're basically doing like it's not gambling if you think the money's already gone sort of
Yeah.
thing, which
Yeah.
puts a lot of pressure off of us because we're already bought in. We just want to
Right.
make sure people are introduced to this world, enamored with the world, want to see more with the world, maybe get money on the back end, maybe see more issues being made. But I really feel like Kickstarter is a tool. It cannot be your end all be all, especially now when things are just so expensive. A dozen eggs at my store is now $5, which
Right.
forget it.
Right. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. And I mean, it was so crazy. Speaking of eggs and milk, when milk was under $2 before the pandemic started, and then it got up to $4, and then it started going back down, and I was so happy, and now it's up over $3 again. And this is in Connorsville, Indiana. So
Yeah,
I can't imagine what it's like out in California.
it's
Everything
not
is,
cheap. It's not,
yeah,
and the sales
yeah,
tax is up to the roof. So
man, I'm sure. So yeah, I actually got burned one time on Kickstarter.
Mhm.
And I'm not, I don't know if it was because the guy underestimated the costs of everything and didn't have his book finished. But when it all got done, all he gave out was the digital rewards, and I am a physical guy.
Right.
So it was a comic book, and I ordered the actual comic book, and never got it. And apparently no one did. And there was a lot of people contacting the guy, and he just, at first he was like, well, I've had a lot of stuff going on in my life, but then he just ignored it. So he
Sure.
sort of ran off with our money. And I have a friend who paid a pretty large amount of money to be a character in the comic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it was I'm not gonna say what it was, that's tacky. But the guy actually on Substack has a new novel out. And oh man, it's so hard for me not to be that guy who goes, hey, where's my comic book from 5 years ago? You know?
Well, first
But
of all, you're completely within your right. So I would suggest you do that. But I
yeah,
think you hit on something very important here. That's the risk aversion from patrons, right? We wonder why movies are the same stories over and over again. It's because some bean counter probably got burned on a cloud atlas and says, I'm not doing that again. And that's really what stifles art. Because yeah, if you have hesitation using Kickstarter is the biggest platform. When the next person comes on, there'll be less people willing to donate. And so that's another
yeah,
issue for us, you know?
yeah. Thankfully, it really only happened that one time. So I had some issues with GoFundMe, but for whatever reason, every time I've donated to a GoFundMe, it's been for CDs, and the
Mhm.
CDs, they always left me off the list of people who donated.
Oh, that's
So weird, right?
yeah, that's
Like
weird.
all three times, they were like, "Oh, we're not seeing you on our list," and they had to go back and find my pledge after everyone got their CDs.
Hmm.
And one person never delivered the CD to me, but the other two were Buffalo Tom and Jeffrey Gaines. So they're kind of bigger names. So they worked it out. But yeah, I think um I think we're gonna wrap things up here. We've gone over pretty much everything there is to go over in brief at this point. I just wanted to ask you if there's anything you want to talk about as far as upcoming projects, where people can find you, ongoing projects. Floor is yours, man.
Well, first of all, the most excellent entertainment podcast, fantastic show. Thanks so much about asking me about me. That's one of my favorite subjects. Yeah, you can follow me online. I have a couple places online that you can check me out. Flobito.com. That's FLOBITO.com. If you want to book me as a master of ceremonies or a DJ or a podcaster or a host for your event, that's where you go. But between you and I, and your listeners, because we're a bunch of cool friends now, I'm actually back in the blogging space. Since I've become a baseball journalist over the past 2 seasons, I have a new blog where I get to talk about sports in a comedic way. It's called justthesandwich.com. It's justthesandwich.com. So if you want to see what's being released in your favorite sport, but with a little bit of jokes in there, justthesandwich.com.
Awesome. Thank you for mentioning the DJ stuff and the sports coverage, because I said I think we've covered everything, and then we didn't cover everything because you have so much, man.
We're good, man. It's fine. I do a lot of jobs because I don't have a 9 to 5. So
Right on. I totally meant to ask you about the Flobito, and because it's such an interesting persona. You know what? Let's do it.
yeah.
Where did that come from, man? Where did the idea come up? Where did the name come from? Like, how did that all come about? That's cool.
It is funny because so the short answer is Flobito is the name of my first car. So I'm Flobo, and then my first car is my baby. It was a '99 Toyota Camry Solara, the 2-door, and I called it Flobito. But as far as that becoming my DJ name, it's 2 reasons. The first reason was Flobo.com was taken, if you could believe that. There was a DJ in Germany at the time who had Flobo.com, so I needed something else for SEO. But when I started doing DJing work, especially in the wedding space, there weren't many DJs that were willing to do island Latin music. So I'm West Indian. My parents are from a British colony, but I'm from New York. I have Puerto Rican friends. I have Dominican friends. I have friends from Cuba. But all the DJs out here were playing like Mexican regional or Central American. So I wanted a brand. I tell people like this, I'm not Latin at all, but I wanted a brand that let people know, hey, look, if you want reggae, if you want cumbia, if you want son, I'm your guy, and I'm not an old person. You know what I mean? You don't have to fly your friend out from Miami to do it. And so it became like a co-branding thing. So it became like, hola, Flobito. People ask me all the time, like, wait, are you Flobo? Are you Flobito? Which one are you? I'm like, legally, when I DJ, Flobito, but you can call me Flobo.
Nice. Awesome, man. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm glad that you brought that up, like I said, because I meant to bring it up, and I make notes before the podcast, but I like to kind of toss them to the side because I don't want to look like I'm reading off a paper when we're doing this.
Me too. Greatly appreciate it, man. Because I've been on those podcasts where like question 8. So if you were a banana, you're like, oh,
right. And because of the way the podcast is, like, we want to go over your journey as an entertainer. There is sort of a structure to it, but I also like to have conversations. So just having stuff written down, I mean, doesn't work for me. I'm kind of like Craig Ferguson. I tear the card up and throw it away.
Such a genius.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I love Craig Ferguson. His stuff was amazing. Definitely. He's probably my favorite late night talk show host ever. Honestly.
I'm a big late talk show junkie and historian. Cause that's the dream in my life to do one of my shows. So I didn't appreciate Craig Ferguson, but I saw him live, and that is completely improv. Like I thought he'd like another like note under his desk. Like, no, he actually rips it up and has the conversation, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, and that's honestly, I know that a lot of people don't like that because they want to be prepared, but man, that's the way this should go. It should just be conversations. You know, really getting to know each other and getting to know where we're coming from as people.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, all right. Thank you so much, Flobo, for your time. Tyler and ME Studios. I'm sorry. Can't do this without you, brother. Hope you get to feeling better. And like I said, we'll be back in the studio in a couple weeks. So I am Keith, and this has been the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. Thank you so much for following along, and have a great day. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Most Excellent Entertainment Podcast. I'm your host, Keith, and we are here today with Illsvn Forek. He is a streamer, an actor, a MC,
YouTuber.
I
am grasping at straws until something gets me there. Okay, that's what I am.
Hey, that seems to be a common thread, man. To be completely honest, we've had literally our very first guest was a band, and they were a band. Everyone else is, I'm a mixed martial artist. I am a musician. I am a writer. Mm-hmm. Everybody has hyphens, man. Yeah. And I think that's important when you're trying to get your name out there. And honestly, if you look at successful people, there's one of two things that you see. Either hyper-focus on one thing or casting everything out there and seeing what lands. Yeah, it's one or the other, and they both seem to be pretty successful. Just depends on what works for you,
Yeah, man. Before I did this, so I'll give you the timeline briefly. I
Sure.
started as a hip hop artist between the ages of like 18 to 24 on MySpace Music, and then whatever, you know, that wild, wild west before streaming came along. However, you could put your
Man.
music out there, you put it out there. It was really, really a lot of fun. And then unfortunately, it turns out if you rap about selling drugs, they'll kick in your door for selling drugs. So we had to abandon that plan. Then from there, I moved on over to all the networking I did because I live right by New York City and I was performing in New York City as a hip hop artist. I transitioned over to a DJ, which was, you know, like being at a buffet and going from one table to the other. All the networking I did, I became a DJ. I was signed to an independent record label called Smooth Villain Records. I put out 2 songs on there. You can find them on Spotify under my name. Just type in Illsvn, ILLSVN. You'll find the 2 I had on there. I had a lot of fun with that. And that ultimately opened doors to me meeting someone who I wouldn't meet until after I was done DJing, that got me into the acting thing. And it's one of those things where one thing led to another that led to another. If I didn't do one thing, I would have never been where I am today. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just
Absolutely.
a domino effect over the course of like, oh, I want to say I came up with the name Illsvn in 2004. So over the course of 20 years, it's just been this domino effect of this. And it's exciting to, you know, have something to show for it with this acting thing. I'm really excited. And the YouTube, now I do acting in YouTube predominantly, just so that way we know where I am now. I have a YouTube channel for horror and gaming. And that led to me meeting people who showed me how to get into independent horror films by donating to Indiegogo campaigns. And, you know, that led to people wanting to just put me in movies beyond just, you know, I was just buying death scenes, right? Because I have a YouTube horror page. Donate to an independent horror film, give back to the community that gives me a platform to make my stuff. And, you know, I get to die in a horror film. And I mean, that's just something that's on brand for what I do. You know, I'm at horror cons passing out the pins and the stickers and the everything. And it just made sense. You know, I've been dying in a couple films, but I got a couple of projects coming up where I'm actually like getting supporting roles and an indirect lead. And I'm really, really excited. You know, it's just been a long, long thing. So everyone knows what I am. If they're like, so what's his ADHD function now? Like,
Right. Right on, man. So you mentioned that you started out in hip hop. One thing that I do want to dive into real quick, because it's something that you said about the kicking in your door. If you rap about drugs, then they kick in your door. So when I was a kid, hip hop was more of a storytelling thing. And I'm not saying that everyone who was rapping wasn't rapping about their life, because they were, but it was sort of an observational sort of thing.
Yeah, like peeking out the window type of stuff, you know,
right.
Your hole through the fence hole and putting yourself in that situation.
Yeah, and then as it moved on, you know, you had guys like Jay-Z, Tupac,
Biggie. Biggie was really the first one who blueprinted like drug dealer rap, and it's just you know, for the better part of like 2 decades that was the move, and now it's like drug user rap, which, you know, I'm not going to get into my opinions because then I sound like an old man shaking my fist at the cloud. But you know, neither one of those you should be doing, kids. If you're watching this, let me tell you, as someone who sat inside that cell waiting for bail to post, you don't want to do either one of them. Okay, like
absolutely. But what I was going to say is, so my son is very, very, very into hip hop. He loves basketball. He loves YouTube. So constantly, I mean, drill rap is his thing. I mean, honestly, he likes a lot of other stuff too. I wish that he liked the hip hop that I grew up on, but he's really into drill rap, and these drill rappers are actually killing each other.
Oh yeah, no, that's real life shit.
Yeah, they don't just rap about killing; they are actually killing each other, and I'm just like,
yo,
wow.
That's real talk. That's when like life imitates art and gets to a point where like you know, what you're conveying is really who you are in the streets. And, you know, like, you know, we all thought like the unbridled marriage of hip hop and violence was long since gone with the Biggie and Tupac thing. You know, that was like the wake up call. And it turns out like it's really just getting started. I mean, you got to figure like Pop Smoke wasn't even really a drill rapper. He just posted his location where he was and they ran up on him. And those teenage boys blew him away for a watch they didn't even get $5,000 over. You know, like that's crazy. But drill rap is really like in the trenches shit. Like I rapped about like, it wasn't my main topic, but you know, I was advised by people, you know, lean on that. That's who you are in real life. You're not faking anything. But it's one of those things where like, dude, I was in the suburbs of New Jersey. I was not in the trenches of O Block, like sliding on the ops and shit like that. Like drill rap, but for what it's worth, drill rap is pretty fucking good. I hate to say it. If I had to pick between mumble rap and drill rap, because the two are not the same.
All day.
drill rap. And I mean, I say that, at the same time, like, that street life, it catches up with you, man. It caught up with me in the suburbs of New Jersey, and I walked away. Like, I walked away okay.
Right.
It could have been a lot worse, but hey, man, that real, like, in the trenches shit, I have no relation to that. And that is, that's some dope shit. But at the same time, it's like,
it's
save
insane.
yourselves, man. Like, I don't even know where to start. Like,
right.
I think it's fascinating.
Yeah. There's a guy, King Von.
Yeah.
Who's in jail right now, in prison right now, I believe.
No,
and
King Von's dead.
King Von's dead. Okay. So dang it. Who's the guy who's in
Young
prison?
Thug?
No, it's not Young Thug. It's trending that he needs like free whatever his name is like trending right
nonetheless, I get what you're saying. He's really about that life.
He is in prison because he killed someone, and people are like, free him.
Oh, YNL Melly. You're talking about YNL Melly.
No, it's not him either. But
funny is he's exactly what you just
controversial. That's the whole drive-by thing where he's saying that he wasn't actually involved, right? That's the Melly guy.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is they talk about what they did in their songs, and it's like, bro, you're not really like. That's what happened to Bobby Shmurda. Remember, Bobby Shmurda was another one. He was a drill rapper, and his lyrics literally, like, that song "Hot." We can't say that word, but the "Hot N-word" song literally had lyrics that were like, bro, this is what it says in the police report. Like,
and I'm gonna call my kid in here for a second. Mama, come here for a second, buddy.
That's the best.
Because it's going to drive me crazy if I don't get this guy's name.
No, you have to. We have to. We're on.
Casey. He's going to make me get up. But yeah, I have to find out.
No, yeah. Again, you have to have examples. But it's funny because we're talking about a rapper, and I was like, "Oh, you mean the guy YNL Melly?" You're like, "No, there's another
three different ones."
It's
who's
like
the guy who's
insane.
in prison right now? And you were watching his video yesterday, and it's trending. Free him. The rapper. You were watching the video yesterday.
Bye-bye.
No, Case, tell me, dude. We were just talking about it.
About what?
About who that rapper was. Who was it? Because Daddy doesn't remember. You were watching a video yesterday. This is interesting podcast material. You were watching a video yesterday. This is what
I signed up for.
Right. You were watching a video yesterday, and they were talking about free him, and it was trending. They were making videos about it. And he was on his Instagram, and you said, how is he on Instagram in prison? And I said, they get to get on Instagram when they're in prison. Who was it?
Your son ain't a snitch.
Yeah, he's like, who was it,
Dad? He's like, I just see him in the background. He's like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
He just jumped off. He's dancing. Who was it, dude? Come on. Please let me know. Case. All right, so we might cut that because he's not going to tell.
You might want to just leave it in there just because it's great. Like,
yeah,
Dad, you can't have the ops sliding on me. I have class tomorrow at 9.
He's not telling me. Dude, are you seriously not going to tell me? Come on, who was it, dude? It was a YouTube video.
I know. It's about that. Say it.
So please, it's for my podcast. Just let me know.
Say it.
Tell me in my ear. All right, dude. Well, if you decide to let me know, knock on the.
Hey, your mic just went off.
Fortunately. Oh, hold on. My mic just cut out.
Yeah, now it's back on. Now it's back on. You're good.
Yeah. I was getting a phone call. And
okay.
Because I'm using my phone instead of the advanced technology.
Hey, man, that's all good.
Are you seriously not going to tell me? You make me crazy. All right, watch out. There you go.
He's not no snitch, Dad. I ain't no.
He
snitch.
Knows the code.
But again, look at the influence that has on that was the importance of it. Like the influence it has. Like, don't snitch. Like, no snitching. Right. Like, I don't know how that falls into that, but I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 38, so I'm not gonna judge anybody. But props to your kid for keeping his mouth shut. Never rat on your friends.
So it's funny though, because my favorite Joe rapper is probably Lil Mabu. It was probably the fakest Joe rapper in the history of Joe rap. So
there's got to be, you live that. I'm a huge fan of like Paul Stanley from Kiss. He said it best because I was listening to his autobiography, and he's like, if they can't tell where the persona ends and the person starts, you're doing your job as an entertainer. And I think that's really fascinating because I'm a little bit like conceited in my like presentation and shit like that, but that's not really who I am. That's just the presentation. Like I'm out there sharing everybody's videos. Like I have videos where I have movies I'm sharing where I'm not in them at all. I have nothing to do with the project except for the share button, but it's about that like that persona and presenting yourself in such a way that people really don't know unless you know someone who knows you personally and they're like, yeah, he's not really like that in real life. He's actually pretty quiet, but like online it's like, hey man, I'm fighting an uphill battle on the algorithm here. I got to be a little bit like, you know, all the pro wrestling I watch too, you know?
Yeah, it's funny because I was just thinking about that. I do it probably even more so now, but when I was involved in wrestling, unless you're running on the same day as me, I shared your stuff. I shared all the wrestling stuff that came across my timeline.
Absolutely.
And I always portrayed an authority figure. And even if I was neutral or a babyface, I still acted arrogant.
Yeah,
because I figured, if you are in control of all these men who could probably beat the living hell out of you, but because you are the power, you're going to be a little arrogant, you know, regardless of whether you're trying to appeal to the fans or not. So sometimes I'd be like the slightly bumbling GM/owner where I, you know, my mouth would write checks that it couldn't cash.
Yeah, and that's what your talent is for, of course, right?
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like,
Yeah,
you can kick my ass, but can you kick his? He's my man.
Right. Right. But even as a babyface, like I did a thing where I was having a big feud with this heel manager, and they interrupted the start of my show, and I said, "Have fun losing all your matches tonight," and then they won every match. So,
you know, it's important to, like, you know, wrestling again, and I feel like you know, like pro wrestling and hip hop was an interesting thing to get in on because I actually wanted to be a pro wrestler, but that's another story. That's a road I never went down. It's that thing where like pro wrestling and hip hop is the only realm where like the main guy is going to tell you, I'm the best there is on this bill. And after me, you can just go home because no one else compares. And I think that's really a fascinating thing because wrestling is about the manipulations of one's emotions, right? Like the babyface can't have a bad guy run in and interrupt the match, but the bad guy can have another one of his friends come in, interrupt the match and hit the babyface. And then the babyface's friends come down. And in order to keep that thin line, the babyface's friends doesn't hit the bad guy that's wrestling. He hits the bad guy who interrupted because now it's an eye for an eye. And the babyface is still a good guy and still saves the day without stooping down to the bad guy's level. He's just coming in to get rid of the guy that's not supposed to be there. And that's the manipulation of one's emotions. And it works, you know, it works on both sides. Everybody's doing their job. That's why they call it a job. And it's fascinating that you can really play on people like that. And, you know, when I got into this acting thing, I got to tell you, you know, again, I came up in New York City. I was basically bred as an artist in the world where if you don't make noise, you aren't known. So I go out to these cons and stuff and I see these actors and these actresses that are from these states that are much more, I don't want to say less known, but much quieter. Like, for example, you have people in Kentucky or you have people from like, you know, even upstate New York. And like, I feel like sometimes people look at me like, why are you so loud? And it's like, because I don't know any other way to be, man. Like I have to be this persona. This is who I'm comfortable as when that camera turns on, or when I know someone who can present an opportunity in there. Because what is luck if not when preparation and opportunity meet in the middle, right? That's what luck is to me.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why it's really great that I make these videos where I promote the Indiegogo or I promote the trailer. You know, Stream is coming out, and I recently put out a trailer reaction for Stream. You know, the new movie from Fuzz on the Lens. Make sure you check it out, August 21st.
I will. All right.
I did a reaction video for that because I do them for everything, right? For the new Beetlejuice, for the X-Men movie, the Deadpool. I did that. And sure enough, Mike Levy shared my video. And then David Howard Thornton, who plays Art the Clown, shared my shit. Am I the only one they shared? No. But it's cool that, like I said, that persona, that energy, that whole like. And,
it puts your name in a conversation, you
absolutely.
Know? And that's how your name gets bigger.
Yeah, man. And, you know, it's important to work within your circle because you got to give back. You got to give back to people. Like a great example of, you know, giving back is something I just recently did. I purchased an Indiegogo perk to be in a film, right? I'm supposed to die in the film. There was something about the perk that unfortunately is unable to be done anymore due to logistics that we didn't know at the time. People had been arranged to dates that they didn't know were going to be because we didn't have release dates at the time. So the individual was like, hey man, what could we do to make this right? Would you like some money back? And I was like, how about we put my mom in the movie And then we could put my little TV bumper, like the thing you see behind me. I have a different one.
Yeah.
We could put that in there too. So, it's cool. I get to give back to my mom, who's believed in me for all of my dreams. She has never once told me, don't you think you're getting a little too old for this? Or don't you think she has literally told me I could be everything and anything I want to be, except for a waiter. And she was right. I fucking bombed at that. It was terrible. Like, she's like, you could be a rapper. You could be a DJ. I'm going to be a waiter. She's like, I think you might want to try bartending. I don't know if the whole walking away from a table and trying to remember thing is for you, because, I see how your laundry situation works.
Yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, it's about giving back and, putting yourself in a situation where you can give back, because you can't help anybody before you help yourself. And
Absolutely.
that's why, even this is a great example. We were in the, Sister Sullivan group chat, and you just put it out there. Right. Hey guys, who wants a chance to talk about what they're going to talk about? It's like, wow, someone is putting an opportunity out there. They have more content. I have content for myself, and it's cool. Like, I think it was really flattering. So let me say thank you for accepting me and putting that out there, because that was really fucking awesome.
I appreciate you jumping on, honestly. You can throw the opportunity out there, but it's the old lead a horse to water.
Yep.
Can't make them drink, So I appreciate you wanting to come on and talk about yourself and talk about your projects. It's awesome. Yeah.
I guess you could say it was most excellent.
Indeed. It's so funny, man. Like, I am such a huge Keanu Reeves fan, and that is where the most excellent entertainment thing
That's cool.
From.
And Keanu Reeves is a hell of a guy to, that's a human being we could all dream to be one day.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not just a fan of his movies. Like, I'm a fan of him as a human. Yeah.
His whole backstory, and I can only imagine if he ever showed up at one of the horror cons we go to for an autograph. God, he would probably have a line going out the door from wherever the room was where you signed to the door and around the block. Like, it would be insane, because that's a wonderful human being, and I'm glad that's where you got it from, because ever since I've heard this podcast, all I've thought is I really need to watch Bill and Ted again.
Right on, dude. There you go. I saw Dog Star. In Indianapolis. That is Keanu Reeves. Okay, so yeah, it was a good live show.
Okay.
Yeah, the recorded stuff is acceptable. I wouldn't say they're my favorite band by any stretch of the imagination, but that place was packed. I mean, it was the Vogue in Indianapolis. It's a decent sized club. It was packed like Mick Jagger was there.
Wow, that's saying a lot. I'm pretty impressed by that. You got to figure, what's it called? That's who my mom saw that she's a really big fan of, the Hollywood vampires. It's like Johnny Depp.
Sure, Johnny Depp and Alice Cooper.
My mom loves her some Johnny Depp since the dawn of time. That's her dream to meet Johnny Depp. That's for sure. But it's interesting to see how some of these celebrity bands are actually pretty good. Or pretty decent. And listen, you could be, really good at one thing and mediocre at everything else, and it's still entertaining because of who you are. I think that's really important. Why not? If you could sell tickets to it, why the fuck not?
Right. I mean, the thing is, like, Keanu Reeves is a bass player. Like, that is his role in that band. He is off on the side, playing his bass, head down, hair in his face.
Having the time of his fucking life.
Oh, I'm sure, dude. I'm sure he is like, this is the greatest thing. Yeah. It's funny because, what is that guy's name? Josh Gad? Josh Gad hosts a podcast. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you know who he is. He's a comedian. He's the star of Wolf Like Me on Paramount Plus. I'm trying to think of other stuff he's done. He's been in a ton of stuff, dude. If you saw his face, you would know him. But his name
I'm
is
embarrassed that I don't know his face. But if I saw, as I was saying, if I saw his face, I'd probably know.
Yeah, no worries. But he does like a podcast. And he did an episode of the new Bill and Ted when it came out, where he talked to Bill and Keanu and Alex and some other people that were in the movie. And he asked Reeves, this was to me such a big deal about who Keanu Reeves is, because he said, man, it must be nice. You've been doing these John Wick movies for so long. It must be nice to go out and just do some comedy and have some fun. And Keanu said, what do you mean? I love those movies.
Yeah, it's hard to picture Keanu Reeves being John Wick when you know him. It's like,
right. But I think it was funny because it seemed like he was trying to get him to, like, slag on John Wick. Like, that's how I make my money, but it's not what I want to do.
Right,
And he
right,
was
right.
just
Yeah.
like, I loved those movies.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I can't imagine Keanu Reeves doing something he doesn't love. You know, so
yeah,
good.
he doesn't need
good
to do
on
it for
him.
a check. That's for sure. You know, he
Right.
apparently when he was at his like peak, he was living in like a flat in Brooklyn when he was getting like paychecks with maybe 2 commas in them, and like
Whoa.
you know that's wild. Like, you know, like,
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's like the wrestling thing. You eat tuna fish on the road, even when you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, so that you
Yeah.
can live better later on.
Yeah, man,
know?
absolutely. You know, by the way, I have to ask you, if you don't mind me asking, all
Sure.
the wrestling you've done, what hurts you the most now? What body
Oh,
part does?
Man, okay, so the actual physical stuff, this is an interesting story. So I went to have my first match after training for about 9 months. My training was not conventional. I had a friend. This is not the way that you do wrestling training.
Unorthodox is the word we will use.
Indeed, yeah. So I had a friend who was a ring announcer who was paying for his wrestling training by ring announcing. So
Okay.
he was legitimately going to a ring in Pennsylvania, getting trained, and then he would come to my house, and we would set 2 mattresses out, and he would show me everything that he had learned at training as best he could. We obviously couldn't run the ropes.
Right. Yeah. Anything with momentum behind it was sure interesting, I'm sure.
Right.
Spine
But he
busters were
would-
a lot of fun, I'm sure.
Indeed, yeah. So he would train me in my house, everything that he had learned, me and my buddy. And so then when he wasn't able to be there, my buddy would come over and we would just go over what we learned over and over and over again. So that was my wrestling training. I was in a ring twice the whole time I was training. The second time was right before my actual match.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm not gonna
So-
lie, that's cool though. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
My first acting role was something else, that's for sure.
I mean, here's the thing too, like back in the day, Buzz Sawyer used to train guys in his driveway. He would have guys come to his house and pay him. That's how The Undertaker got into the wrestling business.
Yeah, once
He
upon a
bet
time.
Buzz Sawyer gave him money, and he's like, that wasn't real training. But the thing is, that was the training that The Undertaker had. Like, Buzz Sawyer trained him in his driveway.
Yeah.
So,
One of those
yeah,
things that either you get it or you don't, you know?
converted boxing ring, California, Pennsylvania, the Mega Wrestling Association at the University of Pennsylvania, or the University of California in
Mhm.
Pennsylvania. My first match. We were having a Royal Rumble, and because I had a TV show, I was like a celebrity guest in the Royal Rumble.
Okay, that's cool. That's a cool thing to play on. I
It
like
was
that.
cool. And the thing is, one of the rules of pro wrestling is if you're in a battle royal, you don't get on the top rope. However, I was going to enter the Royal Rumble by climbing on the top rope and jumping onto a bunch of people because it was going to be cool.
Yeah, the coil thing, you know, like, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Flash, a little flash.
Yeah, as long as everybody knows, but you don't in a battle royal, you don't lay on the ground and you don't lay on the mat and you don't
Top rope.
you don't jump off the top rope. So, but they were going to let me jump off the top rope.
Yeah, celebrity cool thing, you know. It's like,
Yeah,
that's cool. That's cool, you know.
And on top of that, almost all the eliminations except for the last few were just going to be grab, throw over, grab, throw over.
Yeah.
But because I was a celebrity, I was getting a special elimination.
Right.
This tag team.
A la Drew Carey in the 01 Rumble, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So this tag team, Ultra 2K and the Canadian Default were going to press me over their heads, dump me over the rope. My trainer, who was there as a guest commentator, was going to run up, catch me, roll me under. I was going to,
Oh
celebrate, get hit, flip over. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Default had my legs, and he gave me. We were practicing. We weren't actually doing the spot yet.
Yeah, the dry run. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting spot, so we had to make sure we did it right. So Default gave me a little too much twerk on my legs, So instead of just falling down into Vinny's arms so he could catch me, I spun, landed on his head, then hit my hip on the apron, and then came down on the concrete straight onto my knees. So to answer your original question, definitely my knees.
I was gonna say, was it your hip or your knees? Which one is it?
Yeah,
'Cause, you know, I'm imagining it's
definitely my
knees.
knees. Full weight down on my knees on the concrete. And we ended up not even doing the battle royal because there was an injury in the semi-main event, and had to shut the show down.
That's show business, man. That's rough.
Yeah, so the battle royal didn't even happen, but I did have a match on the card. But on the way home, I looked at Vinny. This is a little secret about the wrestling business that isn't so much of a secret anymore. You're from up around New York, so you may know this, but from Ithaca, New York, where I lived, to California, Pennsylvania, is a 10.5-hour drive.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane how long the once you actually go to, like, and I don't mean to cut you off, the whole mass size of Pennsylvania and New York is unreal. I'm filming a film. I live in Jersey, right?
Sure.
Filming a film somewhere in Pennsylvania. I was like, yeah, it's a 2 or 3 hour drive. 6 fucking hours. Continue though.
Bro.
Sorry.
It's 6 hours from the city to Ithaca.
Yeah, it's no joke.
People are like, "Oh, you're from New York, blah blah," and I'm like, "Dude, I went to the city one time, and I was at the Port Authority. How many times have you been to Milwaukee? You know, because it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
like,
it's no joke. Yo, it's insane.
Yeah. So anyway, you know, everyone expects me to be like Al Capone or something. I'm like, bro, I'm from upstate New York. Cows. You know what I mean?
Owls,
Dairy farms.
owls, not owl, owls. Hoo, like owls.
Yeah. Dairy farms, you know. Anyway, so we're driving home 10.5 hours. I look at Vinny. We were you know the old Ron Simmons like handstand way of getting out of the ring?
I'm sure if I saw it, I'd know. Ron Simmons was an athlete of athletes, so yeah.
Oh yeah, indeed. But we ran that as a drill. So we stood in a line, ran to
I
the
know
rope.
you're talking about when he would the way he would flip over the rope. Yeah,
Put the one hand, flip ourselves out.
Yeah,
we
it
did
took me
that.
a second to recall, but yeah.
Yeah, over and over and over again. What a lot of people also don't know is the majority of wrestling rings is elevator cable wrapped in rubber or athletic tape.
You're talking about the ropes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
So I was laying my stomach across elevator cable over and over again. And my stomach's killing me. Like it feels like somebody literally took a knife.
Cut
across my stomach. My knees hurt. I looked at Vinny. I said, "Hey man, so am I a wrestler yet?" And he goes, "Or am I a wrestler now?" And he goes, "Did you get paid?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Then you're not a wrestler." And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stick to music.
I was gonna be a pro wrestler, and I believe I told you this in the last one when we tried to do this, but my career counselor saw that I was this entertainer type. Like I like to entertain. And she's like, I have someone who wants to talk to you. She brings me to Captain Lou Albano's brother, who is a teacher at my school. And for those of you that don't know Captain Lou Albano, just go watch the Super Mario Brothers 3 cartoon show. The big heavyset dude, that was his brother.
That's Captain Lou.
Fun fact, Captain Lou Albano got 2 cents off every Super Mario 3 cartridge sold. That thing sold 15 million copies because he was
amazing.
And also he didn't that's what points in the games. He still got paid for the show. But anyway, his brother is like sees how wide-eyed I am, and he sees how like he's like, oh wow, this kid's actually like he's got something to him. You know, I'm 14 years old, but he can tell like I like to overact and be a little wild. And he starts telling me, he's like, yeah, before my brother ever saw a paycheck that could feed himself, he had already broken all 10 of his fingers. I was like,
right, yeah.
And then, you know, I'm talking to him, and, you know, he's trying, and, you know, my mom, who, like I said, that was the one thing I wanted to be, where she's like, I really want you to listen to me before you go and do that, because you're a big boy. You're 6'2". I was 6'2" in high school. I'm 6'2" now, and I'm a little bit bigger. She's like, you're a big boy. You could do this. But just be there. You could be in the middle of a match where you're not even getting paid $50 for the night, and you just put your foot on that the wrong way, and your knee is gone. And, you know, everything that you've done, your training, all that stuff is now not for nothing because you did something, but you will have nothing to show for it. And she's like, I just want you to really think about that. And, you know, at the time I didn't really think about it, but I remember that came back to my head when he had told me that. And like one of the few times I ever listened to my mother outright, I was like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I should do something else. I was like, I don't know, but
Right.
maybe pro wrestling isn't for me. You
Right.
know, and the fact I was never really interested in the whole concept of being a wrestler, like you know, going into my school and doing the wrestling that they did there, you know,
Oh
the
yeah,
old fashioned
sure,
wrestling never appealed
sure.
to me. It was clearly the theatrics and the athleticism came afterwards to me. And that's
Right,
why I have a lot of
right.
respect for that, because in the end, what got me into being a hip hop artist was the Insane Clown Posse.
Nice.
I love ICP. They blueprinted how to be a successful artist back when CDs still sold, and their formula
Yeah.
still works to this day. When CD sales stopped, it's like, bro, we weren't really selling that much to begin with. You know,
Right.
like we were doing more of the concert shows and merch thing. Like they had
Right.
hockey jersey, baseball jerseys. They marketed themselves to the point where their CD was like the least of what you could own. Like if
Yeah.
you had a favorite CD
Yeah.
of theirs, like let's say you like the Ring Mask, or mine was the Riddle Box, right?
Right.
Riddle Box t-shirts, Christmas t-shirts, Riddle Box hockey jersey, baseball jersey, football jersey, like everything, button-up shirts.
Right.
There was 900 ways for you to say Riddle Box is my favorite ICP album.
Yeah.
Like I said, plus the Christmas designs, the Halloween designs, they're
Right.
really the ones that got me into this whole like not every rapper is truly a gangster, as they call it, comic book rap back then. You know, it's called
Sure.
horrorcore, but that was my
Yeah.
first taste of being like, I think I found a place. And that was the kind of rap I made for a long time. I made like juggalo, you know, drug dealer rap. It was cool. It was a lot of fun.
Right.
I had a lot of fun. And
Right, right.
you know, eventually, like I said, some unfortunate things happened and I got into DJing, but you know, that's where that started. If anybody's wondering where it all started. Ironically enough, ICP were also wrestlers and had their own wrestling organization. So I always
Yeah.
thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Juggalo champion shit wrestling.
I'm not gonna lie, man, nobody understood their market without having a major label behind them to explain it to them like them. They just got it. They're probably the only ones who ever went up against Eminem and came out completely unscathed.
Yeah,
and that's
because I
saying a
mean
lot.
the Juggalos do not. You can
Yeah.
say whatever you want about ICP. They're still,
Mhm.
you know, the Juggalos are devoted. You know
Yeah,
what I
man,
mean? They do
they're
not
cool,
care what.
you know.
Yeah.
I love them. I'm still a big fan. You know, the new like anything else, I prefer the old stuff. But
Right,
you know,
right.
they're still out there. They're still making it happening. The gathering of the Juggalos has been happening for over 20
Still,
years.
yeah, it's
That's
crazy.
insane. And I feel
Yeah.
old because I remember when I first got into ICP, they were just on the second gathering. Like
Nice.
now they're
Yeah.
on like the 20 or 30th one. I don't know. But they're doing their thing, and they're a reminder that consistency is key. You
For
have to
sure.
be consistent in this industry
Yep.
if you're gonna be
Yep.
me, like how I review. Like when I first started my YouTube channel, I was like, what do I want to do? I had videos of everything. I had a video of me putting an arcade cabinet together that I bought. I had
Yeah.
a video of
Yeah,
me
yeah.
modifying controllers. I had a video of me with an adapter that you use any controller you want. Like that shit was cool, but I was like, we're gonna have to hone this in, man. We're gonna really have to find our spot in the world, because every
Yeah.
minute that passes, 500 hours of content is uploaded to YouTube. You really can't go out there without a plan, because like
Right.
you just get
Right.
lost in the mix.
Yeah, Tyler and I did the same thing. Originally, like this channel, before I started the podcast, I was like, I should get some videos up just to get a little bit of interest generated. And it was mostly videos of my kid doing like pool basketball stuff. And like,
Right.
I left a review of something. I can't even remember what it was, to be honest.
Yeah.
Something that I was not happy about. So I left a review of
man.
that. And then Tyler was like, you know, now that we're getting this podcast going, I'm going to put all these videos on private. It's like, it dilutes the channel. We need to be
Yeah.
focused. And I'm like, yeah, that's why you are the producer and I am talking, you know, so.
You know, and it's good to have that extra set of eyes. I
Yeah.
gotta say, I'm not jealous, but I'm envious that you guys have a team. 'Cause it's always just been kind of me and going off of everything. And I gotta
Right.
say, I was fortunate enough that the early videos still mesh very well with what I'm doing, because I do like gaming and stuff like that. I stream
Right.
once a week and do video games, so it works. But I feel like if I didn't do that streaming and let people know I'm still a video gamer, the video
Yeah.
gaming stuff just wouldn't make sense, unless when I'm reviewing a horror video game, which was on brand. But you know, like I don't have time to actually be a real video game reviewer. Like I could never do a
Right.
50-hour game in like 2 days and write a review on it. Like,
Right.
you know, but it's one of those things where it's just part of the brand. It doesn't have to be the
Yeah.
main focus, but it's part.
Yeah. Do you know who Sambucha is?
No, I do not. Who is that?
Okay, so Sambucha is gaining a lot of popularity on YouTube right now. Casey, like I said, is obsessed with YouTube. Sambucha apparently is the I don't know how they measure things, but he's like the top rising creator on YouTube right now.
What's his content?
Oh man, it's interesting. He does everything. Like it's him talking about things.
Okay.
Yeah, he does like how do you say this word? And he'll do like the British comparison to the English comparison or to the American comparison, stuff like that.
Mhm.
But the other day he put up a video where he watched every single YouTube video ever made. And it was 5 hours long. The way that he did it was he had multiple screens going at once.
That's ingenuity. I'm not even mad.
That's
Like,
what I'm saying. Like, first of all, how do you get every single YouTube video ever made?
Yeah, like what's the fine print to that? I mean, I'll
Right,
take
there has
fine
to
print
be
with
something.
that, like
Yeah. He did one thing where he was like, he wanted to get from kids videos to adult content. So just by clicking on suggested videos. See, just stuff like that. It's an interesting and I don't know. Casey loves him. I feel like he cheated on the getting from kids videos to adult content because he clicked on sponsored ads. And he's like, well, YouTube is telling me to watch this, so I'm clicking this, so I don't get stuck on SpongeBob for 800 years.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'll be quite honest with you. I don't watch regular television. I think it's fascinating.
Right.
Like I watch YouTube for predominantly everything. Like we all know the angry video game nerd, right? He kind of was the one that segued, like, this can work. He was like the king of YouTube. He pretty much still is. But that's the guy really segued. Like, there's a market out there for everything. Like, I watch, like, even when I want to watch a regular TV show, like Pawn Stars shows up in my algorithm, right? So
sure.
I watch these clips of Pawn Stars, but it's like I don't have to watch the full episode. I can literally just watch a 32-minute clip from the official Pawn Stars YouTube of just rare video game items or rare comic books. And it's just, there's nothing about it that makes you want to click through and be like, oh, this episode sucks. Like, they're literally curating on YouTube. And I also watch a lot of content creators, which kind of always inspired me. And that's one thing I never got. Like, I always thought the magnitude of it was too much for me. And I'm not gonna lie, it took me a long time to get to the level where I'm at now. And I don't want to compare myself to any of those people, but it's one of those things where, like, the inspiration was always there, but it was like always afraid to try it because it always was like, oh man, I don't know. That's kind of crazy. Like, these cameras aren't cheap. These mics aren't cheap. These computers aren't cheap. This editing software seems complicated. And now it's like 3 years later and I'm able to do shit like you see behind me. Like, that was like, like, I just made this before the stream because I knew how to make it. And it's like, oh, cool. Like, this thing behind me I've had for a while, but all of a sudden the software I was using is like, oh, now you can upload full videos behind you. I was like, oh shit. So I went and pulled the color out of the background of this. And it was a file I already had, bounced it. And this was like not even 20 minutes before the stream started because it was a new feature. And because I've become so familiar with this, I understand what they say when they say, oh, you could put this behind you now. 4 or 3 years ago, I would have like no idea what the fuck you're talking about. This update sense.
Put it behind you now. How does that work?
It's like, it's interesting. And YouTube is really a big deal to me. I don't watch a lot of, like I said, television or broadcast television. I don't know many people who do, to be quite honest with you. But, it's just my media. I'll watch horror movie reviews on there. I post horror movie reviews. I understand the YouTube generation entirely because broadcast television is so dated by streaming, but it's even more dated if you go past the, because it's even more dated if you go past just the streaming services. Like I said, I watch Pawn Stars. Pawn Stars gets me as a viewer in whatever statistic they need me in because, a view is a view, right? They just don't get me ever watching their show when it's brand new. I have no idea when the next season comes out, nor do I really care. I just want to watch what I want to watch. And it's fascinating to see how everything is just at the disposal. I always tell people who are kind of like salty about the whole TikTok generation. They're like, oh man, a kid can become a kid not lip syncing. It's so stupid. I was like, no, it's actually fucking awesome. Do you know what I would have done in 2004 when I came up with the name Illsvn to have a platform to even just show some of my shitty songs, just to get told that I have shitty songs to go and get maybe picked up. You never know who's watching. And, I'm not going to sit here and shake my fist at the cloud that I'm not like, oh man, I missed the boat. It's like, no, I'm on the boat. I might be in the boat person section, but I'm not in the teen club anymore. That's for sure. But I'm on the fucking boat and I'm not going to sit there and wonder why the boat won't sink because I'm mad about it. Like, I would have sold my soul to have what these kids have, to be able to know, like, I can make a video in a classroom of me and my friends. I was in the special education class. Okay. I would have been viral a long fucking time ago. Okay.
Yeah, brother.
Like, And I just can't imagine being salty about that. Like,
Yeah.
I want the generation after me to have it so much better and easier than me, because
Right.
I remember I thought social media was the stupidest thing. I was like, why would you go on MySpace? Because MySpace came out the year after I graduated high school, or like
Right.
04. So I graduated in 04, right? So I graduated early. And then all of a sudden, my girlfriend at the time goes, well, you know, they have MySpace music now. And I was a hip hop artist, and I had these songs that I was recording in my cheap little closet studio. And just like that, social media made sense to me. And from that point forward, it's been nonstop. And I wish I had a more diverse option of it, because I did have an option of it, but I would kill to have a TikTok when I was like 16 or 17. I was a wild boy going to ICP shows and, you know, show the world who I am and what I'm capable of. And, you know, now it's just like, I can't even say I'm jealous. I'm envious. Envy is different than jealousy. But I'm absolutely thrilled to know that the next kid who has, you know, the same thoughts I had is just like, well, I can just put my phone in an iPhone holder that I got, you know, they don't even need a lot of money, you know, just dick around and make my friends laugh, or, you know, even if it never goes farther, just remember in 30 years when, you know, you're at your high school reunion and your friend pulls up a video from 30 years ago because it's still somewhere on the internet, and you guys just laugh about it. Like, it doesn't always have to be about being famous. It's about the memories of it too, you know, like I'm going to look back at these movies I'm in like 20 years and be like, wow, I really, you know, I might not have made it. Let's say it doesn't happen, you know, cross our fingers, but no one can tell me I didn't fucking try my hardest.
Absolutely.
That's all that matters, is like, you gave it your all. And if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. You know, like I said, luck is just when opportunity meets preparation. So always fucking be prepared, because you never know what opportunity is.
When it was fun, it's funny because, so I'm pretty sure I'm at least 10 years older than you.
I think so. I'm 38. So I think you're a little.
Okay. Yeah. I'm 50. So yeah.
Yeah.
So 12 years. So when
I thought you were like in your late 40s, maybe, just because I remember we talked about this before. But, you know, everybody ages different. So
right. So, and I mean, dude, honestly, you look like you're in your 20s. So so there you go.
I'm crossing my fingers. I get told that a lot, and I was like, I wonder when that stops. Like, that can't be forever. Like, you know, like it's gonna happen out of nowhere. No, it catches up with you. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I try to work out, but you know, time waits for no man, as they say.
Indeed.
You know?
Yeah. But when social media first came out, like the whole MySpace thing, or even Friendster, was that what it was called?
I don't remember anything before MySpace, and I don't remember, I don't remember
so
the oddities beforehand.
There was some stuff before MySpace that I would do. But what I liked about MySpace, and I think this is missing from social media now, to be honest, was the creativity of it. You could learn a little tiny bit of HTML and create your own background.
Yeah, it was cool.
You could have songs up. And because I always wanted to be in radio, man. I feel like I have the greatest musical taste in the history of music.
You also have a great radio voice. Let me be the one to say that. Like I can see you telling me about the Monday Night Raw coming to Madison Square Garden in a week. Get your tickets now, type of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I did some ring announcing. And it's funny because when you're live, you screw up. It is what it is. But every time I ever ring announced, the promoter was always like, "Oh man, you're the best ring announcer we've ever had. You come here in a suit, you look professional." I tried to do the old Lance Russell, like I wore like an old time suit, not
right.
I wasn't flashy. You know, I tried to look. I'm not.
You tried to look like you were part of the program, not the program. Right. I totally get that.
Yeah, so I would wear like an old school announcer suit, and I would come out there with my voice. And no matter how much I messed up, the promoters were always like, "Oh, you're the best announcer we've ever had." And I thought that was cool. And that might be a lesson for all you ring announcers out there right now who are trying to be the center of attention.
Yeah.
Not important.
No, I know.
Get out of the way.
What you're talking about. I won't kiss and tell, but I know some people who use that whole thing, and it's like, all right, or at least get a fucking suit that fits you. How about that? Can we get that? Like that extra mile really goes the extra
for sure.
That's kind of how it started for me with the whole acting thing. Like I said, I told you I bought these perks just to promote my brand, IllTV, right? Like, cool. Right. Watch the guy who reviews horror movies, die in horror movies, and watch his video promoting how you could be in the movie. Because every Indiegogo I've ever been in, I have a promo video where I go completely crazy, and you can see it on my YouTube. I tell people what you can get on the Indiegogo. I tell people you can act in it. Like, I try to make myself the announcer. because I actually try not to show myself. Like a lot of the video is me talking about who's in the video, and I cut to a shot of my arcade cabinet, and I, I put movies that they've been in. Like when Felissa Rose was in it, I showed her clips from Sleepaway Camp and from Terrifier. And the whole idea is like I would show like me scrolling the Indiegogo, but it was a screenshot of the Indiegogo, not me. And the whole idea is like I was the announcer, and I was trying to show people like, yeah, I'm this over the top guy and I'm crazy, but like I'm giving back to the community that's giving to me, and here's how you can do the same. And it's this whole circle of life thing. And I've had some people kind of rumble behind the scenes. They're like, does he really care about the film, or does he just care about seeing himself on camera with this promo shit? And it's like, I like that, though. I like the fact that you don't know where the person starts and the persona ends. And that's really magical, because that means I'm doing something right. I've got just like anybody else, I've got people in this industry that really don't like me. I've been blocked from gigs by people who for whatever reason, we don't need to get into it, and I've made enemies with people that I've never met before because of talk. But the whole idea is like, that's cool to me. I like that. I like the whole Andy Kaufman thing, and I think it's really important that, like I was saying originally, I got into this because it made sense for my brand, and anything for the brand, anything for the baby behind me. And all of a sudden I'm on these sets and people are like, you're just an extra. I'm like, yeah. They're like, dude, you have a great look. Like, rock that shit. Like, maybe you want to consider something else. And you try not to let it go to your head, because when you're like me and you're this person who really has been trying to do this for so long, like 20 years trying to make it, you try not to let something like that. And it's like, yeah, I just gave this person money to be in their movie. It's like, the guy who's buying your car, the guy who's trying to sell you the car is the nicest guy in the world, right? And they're just trying to, but that wasn't the case. But I started hearing it from more and more people, including people on set who were just like, yeah, man, I don't know. You seem like you got this kind of down, like I was allowed to improv on my first film, which was Pretty Face, which is an All Hallows Eve trickster. You should go watch that, by the way. Francisco Di Pinto directed it. And he was actually Clown Cafe Kid number 4 in Terrifier 2. The guy you see in the yellow shirt with the suspenders, he's a director and makes his own films, and he's fucking fantastic. It was interesting to work with a lot of the Terrifier crew. Like the camera person on that film is pretty much the same person who was the Terrifier camera person for, I think, 2, 3, and possibly 1. So I got this like first impression from like the big boys, like, oh my God, 1 year ago, I was reviewing All Hallows Eve. The next year I'm in the 3rd one, like, but again, it was pay to play. There's nobody said, I need you. I said, I need you, and paid my money and donated to the film. And now the film is doing great for what it's worth. Again, it was an All Hallows Eve 3. That says a lot, because it was a short film. It's one of those things where I wasn't really trying to do this, but it just kind of evolved, and it got to a point where I sat down with someone at The Boy From Below, and I told them, I was like, I'm looking for work, and they're like, okay, well, here's what you should do to network yourself. And I was just looking for extra work. Turns out now this individual has got me, like I said, written into a role where they actually modified some things about the role to fit me in my past life, because I told him who I was, all these like stories. And he's like, it was supposed to be a rock star, but maybe we'll make him a rapper. And it's really cool that someone like had that faith in me to do that. And this person also got me into the Sister Sullivan movie. So I owe them twice now, and I intend to pay them back. I don't kiss and tell. I'll never say who, but it's one of those things where, it was not supposed to be this far. It's gotten to the point where I actually just turned around yesterday and was like, I haven't uploaded anything to my channel. Like, I got to get on the Halloween specials. I got to do, I've been doing trailer reactions, in all honesty, which is great, but like no movie reviews. Like, I should have had a review for like In a Violent Nature, like a while ago. I actually saw that after I was done filming in the last horror film I was in. One of my castmates that I met was like, let's go see it. I was like, fuck yeah, we were just in a horror film. Let's go watch a horror film.
Yeah, let's go watch a horror film, right.
Nice way to decompress those scenes where they're walking through the weeds and shit. I mean, the leaves. But it's one of those things that I wasn't supposed to be like this. And maybe it's just a 1 or 2 year thing. Maybe it's just, hey man, it was cool. A flash in the pan. I'm not above still buying roles to try and get into it. I'm paying off some stuff right now, pay to play, that credit card helped out a lot. But it was one of those things where it's like, well, let's see what happens. Opportunity is coming to me now. I am not knocking on opportunity's door. Opportunity is knocking on my door. And it's like, who am I to not answer? Like, that's rude. I got a Ring doorbell. I know what you look like. I've been looking for you all my life. What fucking took you so long to get here? Like,
so I remember back in the day, there was some wrestlers who actually paid for their flights to Japan. But they knew that they would get work once they got over there. They just had to get themselves there.
Yeah, no,
And
absolutely.
people were very, very critical. Like, never pay for your own flights. But you know what? That's you got to invest in yourself. You got to believe in
Yeah.
yourself.
You know,
WWE tryouts cost money.
everything costs money.
Yeah, you
Actually,
don't just go to the WWE and go, "Hey, look at my arms.
yeah, right.
I want to wrestle for you." You have to pay them,
Yeah.
and
you
then
have-
and even then, though, you still have to get accepted.
yeah,
You
that's
can't
half
come
the-
down there
that's
without
half
an
the struggle.
invitation. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
and even if you make it to the performance center, you still have to get past that. Maybe you don't have what
Right.
it takes. Maybe they don't think you
Right.
have what it takes. Maybe
Right.
maybe they saw something that was just a flash in the pan for a moment, but that's why
Yeah.
they invest in you, right?
yeah,
And it's
absolutely.
important. A lot of my peers that are actors have
Yeah.
warned me against doing pay to play all the time because then it becomes expected of you. So I
Yeah.
kind of did some things where I just like dabbled in it in a little bit. I didn't
Right.
try to be flashy, like even though in Indiegogo campaign, when I would do those promo videos, I was saying, yeah, I
Right.
paid to be in this movie. Like I never had any illusions or disillusions to people. I was trying to use the fact that I could be in the film, that you could be in the film.
You can be in the
You know,
film.
like,
Yeah.
like it's about look at me, look at you, because it's not
Yep.
just about me. It's about the next person out there who might want to do this, or
Absolutely.
for all you know, some 21-year-old kid stumbled upon my video on TikTok, and maybe he didn't buy it in Indiegogo for that video, and maybe he doesn't have the money, but he's always going to think about the opportunity if he really wants it. Because it's not like I'm doing something that's 20 minutes away. For the boy from below, I drove 18 hours with my mom to fucking Kentucky. I've driven 3 or 4 hours to do other things. I have a 6-hour drive ahead of me. I have a 2-hour flight to Illinois coming up because it's cheaper and faster to fly in a plane than it is to spend
Yeah.
10 hours in the car. I got some
Yep.
shit coming up that cost
Yeah.
me money and didn't cost. Now I'm getting to the point where some opportunities don't cost me money, but I'm not getting charged. I'm not getting paid, but I'm not getting charged. And it's like,
Right. Sure.
okay, that's cool because I
And
wasn't
that's-
ready for that 1 year later.
Yeah. And the reality is that's the entertainment business.
Absolutely.
Stand-up comedians, like the Improv used to have a deal where you would pay and you would get 3 jokes.
Yeah.
You
For
know,
X amount of time,
Right. I don't know if they still do that, but yeah, the Improv used to do that. Open mic nights. You go and you play and you pay, or you go, you sign up, you play, you don't get paid.
Right. Yeah.
The clubs in LA were notorious. No, LA and New York were notorious for having pay to play nights.
Yeah.
During the
if you think you're that
80s.
good.
Yeah. Impress us. You know what I mean?
And that's really the basis and the genesis of a lot of people who just don't have that connection and don't have that fact they've been trying to do this since high school and they know XYZ who went on to become ABC and he can connect you to 1, 2, 3.
Right.
It's one of those things where a great example of this is there's an individual who is got a music video coming out. His name is Kai. I can't remember the last name. He has a music video coming out and he had an Indiegogo for that. And I'm pretty sure the music video he has, he's paid to put the song into other movies and he's investing into that song. And it's like, it's brilliant. It's like, that's so smart. That's basically what I'm trying to do with YouTube. But the only problem is I can't put my YouTube channel up there. I can put me with my logos and shit like that. And they allow that. They're all for it. I have my t-shirt,
Right.
you know who I am when you see me, but that's like, that's some next level shit because it's like, wow, you took a music video that you had an Indiegogo for. Let's say it was a $10,000 music video. And then you're paying another, like, normally it's only $200 to get your song into a movie. 200 to 250, give or take.
Right.
And it's like, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You're taking the opportunity and using it and maximizing it to its full potential to the point where, let's be honest, some of that Indiegogo money probably went towards making sure that song ended up in a movie. And that's cool. I'm not even knocking it. If you have a big enough following that you can do an Indiegogo, again, I envy you in a healthy way. I'm not jealous of you,
Absolutely.
but I envy you because if I was like, hey guys, make an Indiegogo for Illsvn Forek. Hey, can someone help me raise $3,000 so that way maybe I can get a better camera to film my channel? Like the fuck is wrong with you? Like be a big boy, pull out the credit card and cry about it for the next year.
Go
Like,
buy yourself a camera. Yeah.
exactly. But support my music video. You guys, like, again, he has a platform. He has social media. You can see this guy is legit. To get on Indiegogo, you need some serious backings. I know for video games, I have a friend who's making one. They won't put her video game on until they have at least 4 completed levels or completed enough that you could play through them. Like, it's no to get on Indiegogo and all that stuff. They require a lot of you. And hey, man, I think it's great that that's an option for artists in all platforms, whether you're a YouTuber, whether you're making music. You are able to take this platform and help someone with their vision and they help you with yours. Or maybe you just want to buy a Blu-ray for $25. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ranges. I mean, Stream, that movie coming out, that was crowdfunded because it was in production before Terrifier 2 came out. So Fuzz on the Lens wasn't Fuzz on the Lens quite yet. And now that they're Fuzz on the Lens, it's whatever. But there was a perk in there because remember, the killers in that movie just wear a mask. They don't talk or anything.
Right.
For $9,000, you could have been a killer. $9,000. Like, if I had some sort of backing or some sort of ability to do that, bro, you couldn't get the $9,000 out of my hand fast enough. Granted, $9,000 feels like $90,000 in today's economy, but that was a perk that was available. Like, we're talking, I want to say Stream wrapped up production late 2022. That's when I started meeting people from it that were like, oh, we just got done filming. That's crazy. Like, you could have been in a Fuzz on the Lens production and, you could have bought that not aware of what you were buying. And all of a sudden Terrifier 2 comes out and it blows everything up. And Stream ended up getting put in production hell because they just wanted to release it at the right time because they fund everything by themselves. There are no major Hollywood there. And they made the right choice of releasing it in August before Terrifier comes out in October that takes place on Christmas. So you're going to have this Fuzz on the Lens reign from August till probably mid-January. It's just
nice.
It's fascinating. And again, you could have been in on that Stream thing if you were at the right place and time, because pay to play is much a part of the industry as trying to do it since day one. Not everyone wants to admit that or face that music, because there's a lot of old school people out there that are like, I don't understand why you would do that. Like, I'm here to get paid. I'm here to invest to get points in the film. If I'm going to invest into a film, it's going to be to get points on the film, not to
be in the film.
Right. Like, it's interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, like we just said, it's been a part of the entertainment business forever. It's not going anywhere.
No, it's absolutely not.
And I feel like there's no shame in investing in yourself.
No, and I know established people who, I know a producer who is very well respected and they do some fantastic work. I won't kiss and tell, but it was fascinating to me to see this person who collects actual paychecks from being a producer and is well respected and works with some individuals that I'm talking about now. And they were just like, oh, you were in XYZ? Yeah, I actually bought the executive producer perk on that. I was like, you?
There you go.
You produce like professionally, like you do this for a living. That's how you keep your lights on. Like, like you're in this industry. You are where 1,000,001 people would, love to be. And it's like, you just felt the film and that made me feel good about the fact I was in the film. I was like, okay. And like, again, I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not like, I don't like kissing and telling. Name dropping is the tool of the devil, in my opinion. It's like, if we were talking privately and I knew you knew some of these people, maybe I would be like, again, name dropping in like a public forum is just so whack. Like, I understand.
It's not necessary.
Not where it's at. Telling you Captain Lou Albano's brother talked me out of being a wrestler. Yeah, I guess you could say
it's a very cool story.
It's part of the story. Like, that's a one in a million shot, but it's fascinating to see how many people I know that really still pay to play, even though they get paychecks. It's like, all right, invest in yourself, because no one else is going to do it for you. And hey, man, when you scroll down that IMDb, nobody knows that you're pay to play if you're a producer or you're an actor, unless you're out there telling them, like, don't hurt nobody, man. Like, I told the guy who actually advised me not to do this too much. I was like, after all these years of paying dues in every other way, it almost feels like I'm cheating that I'm paying my dues with cash. Like, what drug dealer me could have done with this opportunity 10 years ago. Holy shit. Like, I would have been the next Jason Voorhees.
It's funny. I was thinking about that when you said that the killers wore masks. So in the Friday the 13th movies, you never saw Jason.
No, we all know who came.
And it was and it was a different actor a lot of the time. It wasn't always the same guy.
Yeah.
And those guys, I'm sure some of them have passed at this point, but they could go and do conventions because they were under the mask.
Kane Hodder is the most famous one that played Jason. He still does conventions to this day. I heard a story where he was booked to go do like a very intimate situation. I don't want to say what, but he was booked to do a very intimate situation, and tickets were $300, right?
Right.
To be in this setting with him. And it was really cool. The concept was awesome. And unfortunately, the venue pulled some shady shit. And Kane's rules are Kane gets paid. So
Sure.
apparently Kane was paid his full asking rate. Maybe he didn't make any money on the sales, but he was paid his full asking rate. And that's a number with that's a number with two numbers in front of the comma, to my understanding.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's like, wow, that's crazy. It's one of those things where Kane was just at a recent event that I did, and out of nowhere at this like after party VIP thing you could buy tickets to, they gave him a lifetime achievement award out of nowhere. Like he didn't even know it was coming. They just gave it to him, and he was just so happy because he is Jason Voorhees the way Freddy Krueger is Robert Englund, right?
Right.
There's been multiple actors behind, but he is the one, like the one we all think of. He's even though he's an older man now, he's still a big dude. He's a big guy, and it's fascinating just again to see the fact that he's someone who hasn't played Jason in the better part of 2 decades now, that, and he's still out there, and it's cool. I'm happy to see these people have a space to exist because we remember you. Maybe not everybody walking down the street remembers you, but there's a reason they have to bring you in the back door at these cons, like
right. Who was the who played Jason in the one that was at the group home?
You're talking about is that Friday the 13th part 3? Wait, the group home.
They were at a group home and it ended up not actually being Jason. It was a Jason impersonator.
Oh my God. Yeah. I don't remember who that was, but I remember that storyline because I was like, what?
Yeah.
I remember that. That was a good one. Yeah.
So I remember seeing that he was doing conventions. But that was kind of my point. I don't remember the actor's name.
Right.
But my point was kind of like, without ever showing who you are, and maybe doing a role that other people may slide into, you could still get notoriety and you could still go on to other things from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so look at Tom Atkins from Halloween 3. Actually, check this out. This is one of my prized possessions. It's signed by him. Wow. It's a cool little thing. And Tom Atkins is so deaf that I had to practically scream at him to tell him how much I loved him. And it's like, it looked like we were in an abusive relationship. Like, I fucking love you, man. That's so awesome. Thanks for signing this, And he was a really nice guy. But again, these old men who played like the original Michael Myers, he was Dick Warlock, best name ever. Dick Warlock was at a convention I was at, and like my friend was getting him to do the old Michael Myers walk. And it's like, I don't think he's faking that no more. I think that's really how he walks now. Cause he's like, 80 something, and it's fascinating.
Now, man, so I remember reading something about the original Halloween. That guy had a connection to the producers or the directors or something like that, right? He wasn't like
he wasn't really an actor. No.
Yeah, he wasn't really an actor. Yeah, they just were like, we just need you to stand there and look menacing.
I think it is Dick Warlock, actually. I think it was the guy that he was at the table next to Tom Atkins, and I just didn't have anything for him to sign. But it was just like the number one rule of breaking in the industry is just be on set. I know people who hang around sets, and unfortunately that creates opportunistic, hungry individuals. And it's one of those things that's a double-edged sword depending on how you convey yourself. But I've been in movies with horror actors who were like, yeah, man, I got my start driving a truck around on the set, and they were just like, hey, come be on set, because the guy was a fucking giant. Like, I'm 6'2", this guy's 6'5". Like, when I met him, I was like, holy shit. I'm like, it's fascinating, again, just how much you can, just by being there, just, showing up is half the battle.
Yeah. I mean, Ralphus from WCW, Chris Jericho's bodyguard, was legitimately one of the truck drivers.
Yep.
Who brought the ring to the shows. And Jericho was like, this guy's hilarious. Just the way that he looks is hilarious. We need to put him on TV. Yeah. So it's pretty great, man. So this has been probably the most all over the place podcast that we've done.
I'm not gonna lie, it's cool. The whole idea is like, At first I looked at it as like an interview with me, but I was like, I'm watching podcasts. I was like, podcasts are not always about like the individual. That's an interview. A podcast is kind of like example is you can watch all right, let's take a look at the number one podcast in the world, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, like he has people on there, and you're like, Joe, why don't you just ask more questions to the guy? It's like, bro, they're the entertainment value of just them talking naturally, like like. And they don't always agree with them, and they don't always disagree with them, and Joe isn't the type of guy to really, argue with them. He just kind of lets them flow. That's his style, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like, a podcast and an interview are two different things. I've come to
Yeah,
realize.
for sure.
You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
and I've been having a lot of fun with this. I'm glad we got to talk this because I've been so excited to talk to you ever since we
Right.
tried this the first time and we had some
Yeah,
technical
yeah.
errors. So, I'm not gonna lie, we kind of cheat coded here because we already had a great grasp of one another. We
We
already
did.
knew
Yeah,
we
yeah.
had a
I
solid
feel like we
20 minutes
connected pretty
before it
pretty
went to
well.
hell. So
Yeah. Yeah.
not everybody you talk to is into pro wrestling and hip hop and wasn't that like I'm an all over the place person is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
This is so on brand for me. It's not even funny. Like,
Dude, do you know what's amazing? Other than the first guest, every single person that we've had on has had a connection to pro wrestling, and I didn't know.
no, dude, it's just
You
pro
know,
wrestling
it's just
is
like,
pro wrestling is something else. It's an art form that you either respect it or you don't, and there's no in
Right.
between. There is no one who's like, oh, I love pro wrestling, but man, I think it's corny. Like, it's like I love pro
Yeah.
wrestling, I think it's corny. Like, like it's not like
Dude.
it's like it's just some people respect it and some people don't. And everyone
Right.
who has a problem with that, I was like, just show me one sport where there's no off season.
Yeah.
Show me
yeah,
one sport
absolutely.
where, the people work 300 days a year, and you could talk about off-season training, but that's definitive time off. They know between the end of the season and the off-season
Yeah.
training, there's a gap of like 2 or 3 months where they can just be there, like
Right. Right.
animal, man. I've never
Yeah.
been so happy to not pursue a dream in my life.
Man. Yeah. Cody Rhodes tore his pec and
Yeah,
put
he
off
fucking showed
surgery
up.
so he could be in the main event of a pay-per-view.
with how much
Put off
money they
surgery
signed
on a
him for,
torn
like,
pec, bro. That
know,
is, woo,
we
that's
just had to work
serious.
around it, It's
Yeah.
just a manipulation of emotion, like how we all felt when we knew he was injured, and then we saw
Yeah.
him take the robe off, and we saw the discoloration. That was not a makeup effect, man. That man,
Yeah,
was
no, that was his
fucked
chest, man.
up,
Yeah.
and it's just like, wow. But like the emotions of it all, is
You
just,
should be in a hospital. You know what I mean? Like,
you
that's
should
the
be like
feeling.
lying down with like 20 pounds of ice on top of that, like,
Right.
with your
Yeah,
beautiful
that's-
wife telling you it's gonna be okay. There's always next year.
There's,
That's
man. He's like, nope, I have momentum. I gotta keep going. And
yeah, man. We'll just work around it. Just don't
Yeah.
don't make me lock up with you. Don't, when I go to
Right.
lift you and slam, like, jump. Make it so that way I'm lifting with this arm versus this arm.
Yeah.
It's something that's just so fascinating. It's
Yeah,
always been
absolutely.
fascinating to me, and it's always been a part of how I conduct myself. This over the top personality, or this in your face flashy shit. Like, like,
yeah, yeah.
I
Oh,
look
yeah.
the same in every
100%.
movie I'm in. Like, I wear this exact attire. This is part of the brand, like,
Right.
again, because I got that from pro wrestling. The Undertaker looks the same no matter how much he changes. The Rock,
Yeah.
Stone Cold, pick one. They all have a look. Ric Flair always had different robes, but he always had a robe.
But he was always Ric Flair, man.
yeah, he was
Yeah,
always,
I mean, I think between comic books and pro wrestling, that's sort of how I learned to conduct myself, for better or worse.
absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
Present yourself in a light where it's just like, I can't look away from this guy for better or worse. I want to see
Yeah.
him. I want to see him crash. I want to see him fail. Like I said, I have people in this industry that like want to see me not make it, and I like the fact that if someone brings my name up to them, they might get a little cringy, or they might just be like,
Right.
and like people are like, he's such a likable guy. How could you hate him? And it's just like, well, actually, like, it's just, I like that. It makes me feel like I matter, and no matter what,
always,
I'm not lost in the
always-
shuffle.
yeah, I'm always surprised when people don't like me.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of accept it at this point, but when I run across people who are like, "Oh, I heard this and this about you," I'm like, "What?" Because the one thing that I always try to do is conduct myself with honor, and I think that if you conduct yourself with honor, people can't. If your intentions are always good,
Yes.
I don't get people having negative feelings, but there's still people with negative feelings, and it's just, I guess it's just the way of the world.
It's like they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? No good
Indeed.
deed goes
Yeah.
unpunished. I've
Yeah.
done things that, like I said, I've done things that I thought I was doing something good, and I was, but I'm rubbing this other person the wrong way. Or maybe I did something good
Right.
for someone that in the past, when a similar situation arose for another person, I didn't think to do that. And now it's
Yeah.
like, oh, well, you only did that because XYZ. Why didn't you do that for me? And it's like, all you can say is, I'm
so-
sorry, it just didn't cross my mind. And, there was no
Yeah.
reasoning for it. But how do you
Yeah.
dispel that? They believe what they want to believe. Manipulation of
Exactly.
emotion, just like pro
Yep.
wrestling.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to just conduct yourself in a way that you have to understand. If you're not making enemies, you're not making moves.
Absolutely.
And they say, what did someone say? A video game for everyone is a video game for no one. Someone who is loyal to everyone is really loyal to no one. I've met some
Right,
people
yeah,
that definitely have me
100%.
like, you're really close to people I don't like, and I've heard you say things about them, and yet you still work with them. So I'm going to sit here and assume that maybe you say some stuff about me, and I'm not going to let it bother me, because that's just how you are, and it doesn't make you a bad
Right,
person.
right. Yeah,
that's-
you are not responsible for other people's shit.
At the end of the day, what someone thinks of you is none of your business. People will talk about your reputation, but people who know your character will know the difference between the two. And I always saw reputation as persona and character as person. And like you've heard me say, where if you can't tell where the persona ends and the person begins, or vice versa, you're doing your job.
Right.
Like if people think you're an asshole and you're actually an asshole, that's not a persona. That's
just you being an asshole.
Yeah, and then some more power to you. But if you're someone who has like a polarizing effect on people, that's interesting. And like I said, I've heard someone who said about me, and they're people that I trust and respect, they were just asking out loud, like, I can't tell if he really wants to see these movies succeed, or if he's just using this as an opportunity to make these promo videos to see himself in front of a camera. And it's like,
Right.
I fuck with that vibe. I fuck with that energy, because you're not really saying anything bad about me. But to answer your question, what if I told you yes? If you asked me either or, are you this, or are you that? And I just said yes.
Yeah.
Well, how would you even know how to you couldn't make heads or tails of me. It's like, yes, I like seeing myself on camera. That's why I do this. But I like seeing people succeed at their dreams. And I like being a part of something bigger than myself. And that's why I was so happy to be on this, because this is bigger than me. I fuck with that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, man.
But for Sister Sullivan, I'm going to tell you right now, I have some really cool shit coming out that's really fucking scary, that's going to promote this movie, because me and Paul have been talking, and shout out to Paul Allen. Paul has seen what I have waiting in the wings, and we're just like, let me put it this way. Before the weekend is over, you're going to see something that you're definitely going to want to share on Facebook, and it is going to be fantastic. I am just waiting. Tomorrow, The Deadly Endings. Speaking of which, Deadly Endings was the last film I was in. It was an anthology film. Deadly Endings teaser trailer comes out tomorrow. So if you guys want to see something really cool, check that out. I'll be doing a trailer reaction video for that, because, give back to the community. Or do I just like hearing myself talk? I don't even know anymore.
Who knows? Yeah.
But, yes. What's coming out after that is going to put me in a mindset of people that are either, whatever you believe about me, whether you think I'm this or that, it's only going to push it further in that direction, because I'm excited for it, and I have other things coming out, but I've just been patiently waiting to get some other things out. Last week I was doing the stream thing because I fuck with Fuzz on the Lens. This week I'm going to do that reaction, and Saturday or Sunday I have something coming out that I really need you to share for me, if you'd be so kind.
Oh, I will, brother. I promise.
Absolutely. I love you.
I will absolutely get it out there, man. It's not a problem at all. I am going to try to make sure that my day on the set is the same as yours, to be honest.
I am there.
I want to meet you in person, bro.
I am there the 28th of September.
Okay.
I will only be there for one day, because I have to fly there, rest, and then fly back and, go back to living life. I got a small business to run, but it's one of those things where I'm super excited, and if I could stay longer, I would. But the logistics of even trying to maneuver those flights. So I will tell you this: I will be in the area between the 27th and the 29th. I should get there pretty early on the 27th, but I'll be an hour and a half from set, to my understanding. I'm getting a ride there, thankfully. And it's one of those things where I'm sure we can figure something out, whether we meet up on set or we meet up and get food afterwards, and we Uber some shit. I don't know, but I'm excited to know that you're going to be on this film, because I'm super excited to meet you too, bro. I'm asking, where are you? I live at the Jersey Shore. I live 20 minutes from Seaside Heights. Where do you live again?
So I'm in Connorsville, Indiana, which is a little town, southern Indiana. I'm originally from, I was born in Syracuse and raised in Ithaca. So, and it's funny because, man, the longer that I'm away from the East Coast, the prouder I am that I'm from the East Coast. But I don't think I'd ever live there again.
It's one of those things where it's very expensive. I used to live in Bergen County, which is North Jersey. I used to live 20 minutes from the GWB. And, when it came time for life to change, opportunities arose. And I was like, well, I can't leave New York City unless I go somewhere else where there's something I can build my brand with. And it just so happens I'm right by Seaside Heights, and, going down the shore is so Jersey. It's not even funny. I mean, you're not even from New Jersey and you know what that fucking means. I know you know
Yeah,
that.
of course. Yeah.
I don't know what the beach is. I know what the shore is, but
Right.
you know, like it's one of those things where I was like, cool, I'll just promote from Seaside Heights. Seaside Heights is now the new home of ILTV. Who's going to argue with that? You know, like,
Right.
but yeah, it's one of those things where if it wasn't for that and it wasn't for New York City giving me all the opportunities I have, I don't know how long I would have been able to stay here. You know, it's just situations are what they are, but once you
Yeah.
leave and you start seeing those house prices in like Indiana, you're like, whoa, 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 that's for the house? That's the
Yeah, dude,
house?
it's nuts.
That's
Yeah.
not the down payment. That's the house.
That's the
Like,
house.
the
Yeah.
whole thing. Like, is it haunted? Like, does someone do I like? Is that a roommate situation? Like,
Right. Dude, it's funny because there's this house right down the street from my job. It's 120 grand, but it is such a nice house.
I know it's
And-
outrageous.
And I'm just like, you know what? That's not that much money for that house, like at all. You know, back
No,
home
no.
it would be, you know, even when I lived in Milwaukee, like the housing prices in Milwaukee are pretty freaking high. Like,
Yeah, that's like a city. See, when you say Milwaukee, I think of a
Yeah.
city that I know. If I know it off the
Right.
top of my head, I know it costs money to live there. It's
yeah,
not the end of the world,
for
you know.
sure. Absolutely. It's funny, man, because there's some really cool indie rock happening in Seaside Heights.
Oh yeah.
There's a label out there called Rum Bar that
Mhm.
puts out some really cool like power pop and stuff. I
Oh
listen
yeah.
to
I
the
don't
stuff.
doubt it at
So
all.
when you said Seaside Heights, I immediately thought of like Rum Bar Records and all the cool stuff that they're putting out.
I
So
mean,
that's
in the summer, I make my stream videos, like not my stream video, but I make my little promo videos like, oh, catch me tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Twitch, whatever. And then I
Yeah.
do it again every Tuesday night. I go to the boardwalk and I go and I make my little videos and I stay on brand. I stay, it's
Yeah.
like, I shouldn't say it's called iconography when you have
Okay.
something about you that matches. Like, for example, Seaside Heights. Like, I don't really live at Seaside Heights. I live 20 minutes
Right.
from Seaside Heights. I mean, the
Right.
Jersey Shore house is 20-minute drive, 19 if you want to be technical on MapQuest from my house. It's
Oh, wow.
iconography, you know, like I
Yeah.
am the same exit as Seaside Heights, but it's
Right.
like iconography, the same way it's like, you know, like, oh, you know, he's a little bit conceited and stuff like that. You know, it's the pro wrestling iconography, you know, like the horror shirts. You could say it's on brand, you could say it's iconography, but that's what it's technically called in the industry. And it's just something that, like I said, if I'm going to leave New York City, I have to leave for something a little bit better because
Right.
where I lived in Jersey was jokingly called the sixth borough because just like any other borough, I was 20 minutes from a bridge that put me into the heart of the city, GWB in
Right.
my instance. You know, whether you live from the Throgs Neck or you live from the Williamsburg, that was the joke about where I lived. It was the sixth borough without the taxes or the high living cost, but it was still pretty fucking high.
Right, for sure.
And, you know, just like anything else, you drove through a city before you got to the suburbs. Just like when you come over the GWB, you kind of drive through a little bit of a city and then all of a sudden it's houses and shit
Yeah.
like
And
that.
all of a sudden
you
it's
know.
like, hey, look at these yards and fences and stuff.
Yeah, look at this
It's like,
property. Like,
yeah, what is this? All right, brother. So I think we're gonna wrap stuff up now.
Absolutely.
Tyler has some editing to do.
some.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Tyler has a
But-
resume to put out there for a new producer position. That's what he
You know? But I did want to ask you, because this is honestly, like I said, this is the most all over the place podcast we've done. Generally the podcast follows sort of a formula. But I like that we've had a really cool conversation, man. But I do want to
Absolutely.
say, I do want to ask, what keeps you going? What is it that makes you continue to create after 20 years, all the ups and downs, and all the different hats that you've worn? What is it that keeps you doing this?
Two things. I've come this far, so why stop? And I have a lot of shit to rub in people's faces. I'm going to my high school reunion the 2 days before I filmed for Sister Sullivan. I was the kid in middle school that couldn't get a date to save his life. I didn't always look like this. I always painted my nails. I always wore jewelry. I had weird ass contacts in. I would go to school with them. I'm literally about to be the guy who couldn't get a date in middle school. And I'm going to go there and visit people. And they all know I've been in movies. I'm literally going to be the kid who nobody wanted to date and is now a movie star. I use the word lightly. But revenge, the success is the greatest form of revenge. And I hate to sound bitter, but it's the Jersey in me. But it's also the fact that I need to keep impressing myself. Never, ever give up. It's just I've come too far. I've got too many people that would like to see me quit. and it's like, I don't got a wife or a kid. God bless you for doing it with both, it seems.
I have a kid. I'm a single dad, actually.
Good
so
for
that's
you. Good for you, man.
That's a lot
Good for you.
more.
I was raised by a single mom, so I respect that.
Awesome.
It's just something like, and my mama says I'm pretty.
There you go. All right, brother. Awesome, man.
Awesome, man. Listen, Keith, thank you so much. Most excellent podcast. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you so much. I'm really glad we got to redo this because I know the first time around we had a little bit of an issue with hardware on both of our sides. But hey, man, this is why we keep it moving. This is why we don't quit, because the solution to the problem is never that hard. But the problem sucks when it happens. But, again,
we got it worked out.
Absolutely. Thank you to both of you again. I wish you the best of luck with this. I hope to be a reoccurring guest on this after we get some more shit going.
For sure.
And again, last thing, I'm just going to plug some shit. Is that cool?
Yeah. I was actually going to lay the carpet out for you, and you just kept going. So
yeah, that's
go
how
right ahead, my friend.
So make sure you check me out on YouTube, IllTV. Just search me up, IllTV. You'll see this logo behind me. Every Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New Jersey time, of course. Twitch.tv/IllTV 4K. And remember, it's like somebody once said, hard work pays off and dreams come true. Bad times don't last, but bad guys do.
Heck yeah. Awesome, brother.
All right, man.
All right,
Take care.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you.